Hello. Right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm not sitting down yet. Oh, I know. Who can tell the difference? The usual story. Can I just ask for somebody to help our friends from Turkey to come round to the microphone here for when we have their item? Right, welcome on this lovely grey February day to another exciting meeting of Sheffield City Council. And can I ask the Interim Director of Legal and Governance to announce the housekeeping arrangements?
Please can I request members of the public to familiarise themselves with the fire safety and evacuation notices displayed in the public gallery. In the event of the fire alarm sounding, please take instruction from the security attendants who will be in attendance throughout the meeting. Please can I request everyone to switch mobile devices to silent mode so as not to disturb the conduct of the meeting. The meeting today will be webcast and the recording will also be available for people to view later through the Council's website. It is also possible that Sheffield Live TV will record and rebroadcast this meeting. Photography, video and sound recording of the meeting is permitted, but the Lord Mayor does have discretion to withdraw or suspend this permission if the recording is disrupting the conduct of the meeting or is being undertaken in a manner which could capture personal information, or if a member of the public participating objects to being recorded. Any member of the public due to speak at the meeting who does not wish to be recorded should say so at the start of their speech, and the Lord Mayor will suspend the permission to record their contribution. For safety reasons, please may I request that recording equipment is not held over the balcony. Finally, although there are no longer any specific COVID safety measures to adhere to, individuals are very welcome to wear a face covering within the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, David. May I inform council members that I have given permission for filming to be conducted from within the council chamber by Tesfahun Hadis and Mitiku Tesfaye, and aided by Richard Axelby, and their filming will contribute to an ethnographic documentary on UK politics as seen from an Ethiopian perspective. So they're here as anthropologists observing a strange tribe, I think I would describe it as. The film production is part of the Ethnographies of Parliaments and Peoples project based in SOAS, which is one of the components of University of London. And the film will describe politics in Sheffield from the viewpoint of two Ethiopian researchers. Their hope is that the final film will be shown in Ethiopia and the UK, where it will be of interest to general and academic audiences. There. Just to say, I'm concluding these housekeeping announcements by stating that the meeting is scheduled to finish at 5:30, but I will adjourn the meeting at an appropriate point in the proceedings to give members the opportunity to take a comfort break. Now, before we start the formal business, I'm proposing that we hold a minute's silence in memory of Councillor Anne Murphy, who passed away on the 23rd of December. Anne had been a councillor since 2014 in both Crooks and Crosspool and then in Manor Castle, and she was Lord Mayor in 2017 to 18. She was a fabulous ward colleague to have. She was indefatigable in all her work. She made sure that when casework came up, it got done, and she never took no for an answer. She was a complete force of nature, and in between being a councillor, she was also the trustee of Ben's Centre, of another addiction charity, and also the Stan Shaw charity, which was commemorating Stan Shaw, the last little Mester. And on all that also, she chaired Sheffield Home of Football. I don't know how she fitted it all in, but she always did. And if anybody wants to see a picture of Anne and I going down a slide, sorry, a video of Anne and I going down a very long slide, shrieking greatly and being completely unmare-like, I didn't want to do it, but Anne dared me, so I had to. You're all welcome to come see it afterwards, but it's a complete display of what Anne was like, a force of nature. Right, if we can all be upstanding, please, for a minute's silence. And thank you to everybody who came to the service of celebration for Anne at St. Marie's. Right, our next item, item 2, is apologies for absence. I have Craig Gamble Pugh, George Linders Hammond, Bernard Little, Maruf Raouf, Cliff Woodcraft, and Sophie Wilson. Are there any? Yeah.
Lord Mayor, we also have apologies from Councillor Paul Wood.
Are there any further apologies from anybody?
Chair, Councillor Tony Dams as well.
Is that for lateness or is that for absence? Because I understood he was at a meeting and would be later.
It's lateness.
Okay, which also applies, I believe, to other members of the Fire Authority? Oh, right, okay. I can see that Steve is here. Welcome back. So item 3, declarations of interest. This item of business is to enable members of the council to declare an interest in any item on the agenda. Does any member wish to declare an interest? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I declare an interest on item 6. I'm a council tenant. Thank you.
Does he not have to do it? Right, so item 4, which is public questions and petitions and other communications. So I just wanted to say the 24th of February is the anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a major escalation of the Russo-Ukrainian war, which began in 2014. On Thursday, that's this Thursday, there is a service in the cathedral, and there's also a photographic display if people want to go and see that before the service, and that begins at 6:30. And on Friday at 6 in the Winter Gardens, there will be a display of angels being displayed on a large tree in the Winter Gardens, which will be representing children who have died during this conflict. So members are welcome to attend either of these events, and I believe I have sent round or the Mayor's office has sent round an email to that effect. I'm just going to do one short announcement, which is that on Monday I was incredibly privileged to go to London, well, not that bit, to go to the opening night of Standing at the Sky's Edge, which was the production which transferred from the Crucible to the National Theatre. It was stunning, and I just want you to know that even the London audience are absolutely wowed by it, that they did get the Hendo's jokes, and they got the Leeds joke, which was the more important one. And you could just see there was a standing ovation at the end, and from what I've seen of the reviews in the papers, it's sort of generally considered to be an absolute Sheffield success. So congratulations to the Crucible Theatre and also the people of Sheffield who inspired it. So, yes. And I will now move on to petitions and public questions. Public questions can be asked and... Oh, hold on. Apologies. What we do now have is a group of students who have come from the university who are members of the Turkish Society, and both myself and Councillor Ross went up to the university this week, where every day they have been holding a fundraising stall at the Student Union, selling some very amazing Turkish cakes, but also some very amazing savoury rolls and breads as well. It's been a great place to go, and I could see, just while the short time I was there, that lots and lots of people were coming to both buy the goods and to give donations. So I have asked the students to come and talk to us about the earthquake disaster which has affected Turkey and Syria. We've already, in our groups, had collections to donate money to the disaster fund, but I would like to ask you to listen to the students talking about what's happening back home.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mera Bash, and I'm here today as a representative of University of Sheffield Turkish Society, and to talk about the devastating effects of the recent earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, and urge you to support earthquake victims. First, I would like to thank the Lord Mayor for her kind and considerate invitation, and all of you who are here today. And I also would like to present my deepest condolences for the late Councillor Anne Murphy. The recent earthquakes in Turkey have devastated nearly 20% of our country and resulted over 40,000 deaths, and this number is increasing, and leaving hundreds of thousands more injured and in urgent need of basic necessities like without food and water. The harsh, freezing conditions make the life challenging for the survivors, and urgent action is required to provide aid. Critical infrastructure in Turkey, such as hospitals, schools, roads, public buildings, and industrial areas, have suffered significant damage. Ongoing disruptions to business and economic activity are adding to instability. Those impacted not only lost their homes, but also their hope, shattered by loss and trauma. Children were trapped under debris for long hours, tragically, some alongside with their lost family members. Homeless refugees face dislocation once again, and the whole nation is shock and pain. with added anxiety of potential future earthquakes on unbroken fault lines. We trust that great people of Great Britain understand and empathize with us, as this country has also suffered greatly from fires and demolitions of walls, and has rebuilt itself. We sincerely appreciate the help and support we have received so far from the people of the UK. However, given the magnitude of disaster, we have to request additional support humbly. As students from Turkey, we feel anxious being away from our loved ones, and to ease our worries and show solidarity, we have organized fundraising activities. We have to ask not only for emergency support, but also continued support, because we need to rebuild our country in many ways in the long run, including safer buildings, better planned cities, better policies, and well-educated citizens to implement these changes. We must resurrect our multi-layered cities with rich history and culture, like Hatay, where members of different religions and ethnicities have lived together in peace for centuries. Now, unfortunately, 80% of Hatay is heavily damaged, including its unique historic urban fabric. We need to heal from our traumas while reconstructing our country. It is vital to raise awareness about the situation in Turkey and in Syria and encourage people to donate to the relief efforts. For making donations, there are several charities and organizations that you could support, such as Afat, Ahbab from Turkey, and UNICEF, British Red Cross, and Save the Children, and there are many others. Each of these organizations has been working on the ground in Turkey to provide critical aid to the earthquake victims. As a community, we also have our fundraising campaign through the University of Sheffield Turkish Society. Your donations can make a difference in lives of those affected by disaster. As rebuilding will take years, we would like to suggest humbly to establish long-term partnerships between Turkish and British organizations, such as bridging local NGOs from both countries to provide emotional support to the affected communities and alleviate isolation. We also humbly and respectfully suggest your councillors consider adopting a sister city in the earthquake zone in the future to provide direct support and foster cultural aid exchange. This disaster requires collective effort, and any support is appreciated. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that Turkey and Syria require urgent and continuous support. We urge you to help the earthquake emergency appeal by donating to any organization of your choice and spreading the word to your wider networks. Please share our donation links and fundraising campaign on your social media and other communication channels. Your support is critical. We also appreciate the Council's support for our university fundraising campaign and its dissemination throughout Sheffield. Additionally, we humbly request the Council to help establishing partnerships between local Turkish and British organizations. Let me end with a small quote by Robert Ingersoll. We rise by lifting others. Thank you very much for your kind time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping that by the end of this afternoon, we will know how much we have collected amongst the councillors here, and we'll be able to announce that. And I would also ask that, I'm just going to tell you that the money collected will go to the Disasters Emergency Committee, because the government has promised that it will match fund any funds raised by the public. So I think that's where we are best sending our money at this time. So thank you very much for coming. And are your colleagues still? Thank you all very much for coming and for all the work you are doing to raise awareness of this issue and I wish you good luck with that. If we can help in any way, come back to me again. Thank you. Can I do this one now? Public questions can be asked and petitions can be presented at council meetings. We encourage questions or petitions to be submitted 2 clear days in advance of the meeting to help public attendance to be managed in a safe way at the meeting and to assist members to provide responses or answers. Petitions or questions received after the submission deadline shall be presented or asked at the meeting at my discretion as chair of the meeting. For this meeting, 4 petitions will be presented and questions will be taken from 6 members of the public. 2 further petitions will be received in the absence of a presenter. So a period of 60 minutes is allowed in total for ordinary petitions and public questions. So can I call upon the Chief Executive or the Interim Director, I don't mind which one of you, to announce petitions, and may I request that petitioners be brief and keep within their time limit of 3 minutes. And may I also request that members keep within their maximum time limit of 5 minutes when responding to the petitions. I'm just going to find my list of petitions. So, my first petition is from June Cattell. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. How much time? Yeah, okay.
It's a bit high.
So I've received a petition containing 62 signatures requesting the Council's support for the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. June Cattell and Hillary Smith wish to address the Council.
Okay. I'm June and I'm here with Hillary, representing Sheffield Creative Action for Peace. Prior to presenting this petition, we have sent you all a letter and an email explaining the issues and a copy of the Nuclear Ban Community's pledge for you to sign, and a handmade bookmark which we hope will continue to remind you to campaign for the banning of nuclear weapons. So hopefully you've all got it and enjoy it. Is calling Sheffield City Council to sign the pledge saying that this council supports the You can also sign individually as councillors. There is a box where the pigeonholes are to put your pledge in, and I shall leave some more here today just in case you haven't found yours. I'm sure everyone in the room is against nuclear weapons. Any one of the politicians or political groups here is able to put forward a motion to discuss and vote on this very important issue of banning nuclear weapons. And you would not be alone, because there is a list of 27 councils, including your neighbouring ones of Leeds and Manchester, who have signed the petition for the banning of nuclear weapons. Also the Welsh Assembly, also the Scottish Assembly, and our twin city of Bochum. The Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is a significant milestone in the abolition of nuclear weapons. 122 countries, over 2/3 of the world's nations, voted to adopt the treaty. 69 countries have now signed the treaty and their governments have ratified it. Civil societies, ordinary people like us, throughout the world have campaigned for it. United Nations treaties like this do have an impact, and they can gradually change people's views and governments' views, just as they did with, with chemical weapons. Britain, to its shame, like other nuclear states, did not even take part in the discussions at the United Nations. Sheffield has a proud history in anti-nuclear campaigning. In 1980, it declared itself a nuclear-free zone, along with other 150 local authorities, there was even a postcard to celebrate it. Sheffield is also, to its credit, a member of Mayors of Peace, and the late Anne Murphy was very active in this. And so signing the petition is totally consistent with that. And so we would ask you to sign the pledge as an individual, and we would ask any of the parties here, any of the political parties, to bring forward a motion so that you can, as a council, sign it and say, we as a council are against nuclear weapons. And it is consistent with public views. In the 2021 poll, 59% of people nationally were in favour of signing the TPNW, and 77% of people supported a total ban on nuclear weapons. So, we all know the horrors of nuclear war. It's going to be far more than Nagasaki. So, please sign and protect the citizens of Sheffield.
And for those of you who are doubtful, who think, what's this got to do with me? Not signing the treaty is not a neutral act. It says you're content that there's no credible international initiatives to reduce and eliminate nuclear weapons, and that you're content that Britain is increasing its nuclear weapons capability. It also ignores the views of the 122 countries that have signed the treaty, almost all from the global south, many from the global south. So ignoring this treaty smacks of old imperialist attitudes that I hope are long gone. And it ignores the fact that nuclear weapons take lives and ruin lives every day, the legacy of development, of testing and of use. And this treaty, you might not be aware, is the very first to enact a credible plan for reparations and for remediation of people, many Indigenous peoples who are suffering today. And not supporting the treaty means that you accept the reality that Sheffield people would not be protected in the event either of a nuclear attack or an accident. Not signing the treaty means that you're not interested in the fact that all nuclear weapons production, like all military production, is actually exempt from the Paris Protocol on climate change. So every one of your political parties claims to support multilateral nuclear disarmament, and that's exactly what this treaty does. It engages all countries in carefully thought out processes of, first of all, removing nuclear weapons from active readiness right through to destruction. So the UK should be at the table at least to listen and engage in the discussions about the work and development of the treaty. And the people of Sheffield deserve your active support in calling on the UK government to do so. Thank you.
And can I ask Councillor Terry Fox to respond to that petition, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Joan and Hillary, for very eloquently and your commitment on pushing the cause forward. The Lord Mayor spoke more eloquently than what I could do. But we had the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor from Ukraine, from Cllr Minesh, just a couple of months, telling us the horrors of the war on any weapon and how they had brought from the front line a card with signatures on, and they told us how many of those young people were left after fighting on that front line. They were horrific. It was acutely proud that we were able to spend some time with them after the event at full council and to discuss about the issues that they were dealing with on a day-to-day basis. As you spoke there about the horrors of war and also for the government, but you're right, ultimately this is a decision for the UK government, and obviously we'll look forward any motion that comes will be debated on this floor. Unfortunately for us, at this moment in time, this will be our last council where motions are put, we'll be having the budget next council, but we will see after that. So please carry on the campaign, keep feeding through the issues, and we will obviously take them on board going forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. And I think any of us who remember seeing the film Threads, perhaps it's time we had another screening of it. So back to you, Chief Exec.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've received an electronic petition containing 339 signatures requesting the Council to speed up its response to the climate change emergency. Geoff Cox wishes to address the Council.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Geoffrey Cox. I'm the chair of the South Yorkshire Climate Alliance. Our petition draws attention to this month being the 4th anniversary of Sheffield City Council declaring a climate emergency. This should have been an occasion for great celebration of all the progress that we've made. 4 years of concerted effort on carbon reductions, 4 years of concerted effort on nature recovery, 4 years of concerted effort in engaging with the city's residents on what more needs to be done. But sadly, it has been 4 years where precious little concrete action has been taken. A clear agenda was set out in the Arup report in early 2021, but wasn't acted on directly. A slim 10-point plan was unveiled 15 months ago, but has still not resulted in a single route map being produced. And no report has yet been produced on the meeting with the city's voluntary and community groups that was held at St Mary's a full 3 months ago. So plenty of words and plenty of promises, but no urgency whatsoever in delivery. And urgency is what this petition calls for. We have seen how the city responded to an emergency in the case of the COVID pandemic, and that's the scale and pace of response needed now to achieve the city's 2030 target. And sadly, we don't see that urgency at all. I need to say 2 more things. We fully recognise that the national government has failed to produce the policies, the infrastructure and the funding needed to allow Sheffield and other councils to properly play their part in the response to the international climate emergency. And I want to assure people in this room that the Climate Alliance will be going down to London with other climate groups in April for the national demonstrations, making exactly that point, that they need to give you the tools with which to act. But I also have to say that other councils facing the same financial difficulties of Sheffield have done more. On several occasions, the Climate Alliance has drawn attention to the studies done by Friends of the Earth and the Ashton Research Group, case studies on what other local authorities have done, good practice. And again, I feel obliged to recommend that report to Sheffield City Council to borrow, steal, replicate those good examples from elsewhere. The petition ends by calling on this City Council to accelerate its response to the climate emergency, and for that acceleration to be in the form of concrete actions, not just words. Thank you.
I don't think we'll be stealing a copy, but I'll make sure that we do get a copy legitimately. And can I ask Councillor Mazza Iqbal to respond to you?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and it's good to see you again, Geoff. I absolutely agree that we must work together as a city to have any chance of achieving the scale and the pace of change that is required to meet the size of the challenge. Our CDP report submission and the score of A- for 2022 demonstrates the wide range of mitigation and adaptation actions that the Council is taking in response to the climate emergency declaration. However, I acknowledge the frustration that many people feel about the slow rate of progress. As you recognise, we are working to produce decarbonisation route maps covering 5 themed areas this year, and the first meeting took place just 2 weeks ago, again cross-party. The 5 themed areas this year include our council, the way we travel, energy, business and industry, and housing. And as I've said, we've established a cross-party task group to help progress these. The fact remains, however, that without game-changing investment and financial support from central government, the private sector and other funding sources, as you recognise, the council's budget is inadequate to meet the resource for the action that's required. The city-wide event held in November of last year demonstrated the extensive support for taking climate action amongst a huge range of city partners from the public, private and voluntary sectors, and we want to harness that enthusiasm and expertise. We hope all these potential partners will be involved in the development and delivery of the route maps over the coming years. Many thanks for reaffirming the support of South Yorkshire Climate Alliance in helping to make these changes happen. We look forward to continue to work with you and, the most important, address some of these urgent priorities. Once again, thank you, Mr. Cox, for coming in. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We now have 4 petitions which are about the same issue, and I'm going to suggest that all 2 of the petitions have nobody attending, and 2 petitions have 1 joint speaker. So if we can hear these petitions, please, and then I'll ask Councillor Iqbal to respond.
Thank you. So I'll read out all 4 petitions as the Lord Mayor's suggested, and then invite the speaker forward. So I've received an electronic petition containing 263 signatures opposing the proposed industrial and traveller sites in the draft Sheffield plan on Eckington Way. There is no speaker to that petition. I've received an electronic petition containing 654 signatures opposing the proposed traveller site on Eckington Way, and there is no speaker to that petition. I've received an electronic petition containing 635 signatures requesting the council to change the decision to place an industrial site in the draft Sheffield plan behind Springwell Grove. Michael Chilton wishes to address the council. And then finally, I've received an electronic petition containing 2,823 signatures requesting the council to remove the proposed traveller site from the draft Sheffield plan and relocate it to a more suitable location in the city. And Michael Chilton wishes to address the council on that one as well.
Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to address full council on the concerns around the proposed site off Eckington Way that has been designated for industrial use and a traveller site in the draft local plan, following my 2 petitions. Having spent the time talking to residents in the immediate communities, I know this is a particularly charged issue, but one that does need to be addressed. Let me be clear for those that may not be familiar with Eckington Way and the surrounding road network, this issue is primarily about traffic and congestion in the area. Anyone travelling through can see this from themselves. However, I do recognise that some may have misunderstood the intention of the petitions, which was never to indicate that Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities should not have appropriate sites, but to raise concerns about whether this particular site was appropriate and the lack of consultation surrounding it, both for the GRT community and the wider community. I'm sure we all recognise that Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities still face discrimination in our society, but that just reinforces why consultation is so important. We need to make sure that we get these decisions right, which I do not believe has happened here. This is clearly reflected in the Council's own 2019 report that highlights the Red Myers traveller sites and the praise it has received from all involved, including the traveller community. We should be looking to repeat that success across the city on similar sites. This has not happened with this proposal. I have spoken to local residents who have told me of how simple 10-minute journeys have become full half-hour nightmares and trying to negotiate the traffic on and around Eckington Way, often crawling along just to get to the shops. I don't need to tell anyone that this shouldn't be happening. The last completed studies into the traffic and air pollution around the area are nearly a decade old, so we need to recognise that we cannot base current planning developments using out-of-date data. What I and the thousands of residents who have signed the petition have concerns for is that we need new studies on these areas and a proposal, a substantial proposal, to deal with the traffic problems before the site is earmarked for any kind of development. Finally, it was disappointing to hear that the 3 Beighton councillors did not take the opportunity to object or amend this site last year when they found out in July, nor did they take the opportunity to act on the full council meeting on the 14th of December. This whole issue could have been avoided had this happened, and we could be focusing on the positives of the local plan rather than this site. I hope now common sense will prevail and we can find suitable alternatives for this development which does not compound traffic in an area where it is already suffering considerable pressure. I want to thank the full council for this opportunity to speak, and I look forward to how we can find solutions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chilton. I'm going to ask Councillor Iqbal to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Michael, Libby, who can't be here, and Ian, who've also sent in the petition. Two points before I get into the response. The first point I'd like to make through you, Lord Mayor, is that Labour Group believes that not only as a council, but as a city, we should be proud to celebrate the rich histories and diverse cultures of the Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities, and provide traveller sites in full consultation with the Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities. I want to be very, very clear there. The second point I'd like to make is the point the petitioner is regarding local councillors in Beighton. I received an email which, through you, Lord Mayor, which Cllr Kurtiss Crossland sent to a resident, which has been passed on to me. This is the email that Cllr Crossland wrote. Thank you for contacting us regarding the proposed Gypsy and Traveller travelling show people site off Eckington Way. We as local councillors haven't been involved with drawing up these plans. That is a misleading statement. That's why we get into the position that we get ourselves into. That's why the scare...
Object to the truth.
And you are sitting down as well, Councillor Iqbal. Right, we know that this is going to be a difficult discussion. I'm not going to have anybody shouting. If you don't like what you hear, you don't applaud, you just listen in complete I would like you to be quiet while I am speaking, which is within the rules of this chamber. Thank you. Now, I know it is difficult, but I do expect silence. You don't have to agree, but you do not shout out. Thank you, everybody. Continue, Councillor Iqbal.
Thank you for your intervention, Lord Mayor. I'll start again. We as local councillors haven't been involved with drawing up these plans. I'd like to understand where the untruth is in that. It also says it is clear there has been no overall lack of communication or consultation from those who put this plan together. I and my colleagues and colleagues from the Green Party and the Liberal Democrats, we've had a cross-party working group for 2 years. Everybody has an opportunity to speak on behalf of their groups, like me and my colleagues have put, myself and Councillor Grocott. And misleading statements like this are very unhelpful through you, Lord Mayor.
Right, let's just stop again. I've asked for Councillor Iqbal to be heard in silence, and I recognise that there are higher feelings. I believe that there is a motion about this issue later on in the agenda, where you will have a chance to speak as fully as you wish to, and I will listen attentively when you do. But at the moment, I just want everybody to sit quietly and listen to Councillor Iqbal, however much you may feel. Okay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I said, a cross-party working group was set up. We worked on this draft local plan for over 2 years. It was this council that agreed that local plan should go out for consultation, and the only amendment that was brought in by the Liberal Democrats was around hot food takeaways. There was nothing else being put forward. So the misleading statement, more than happy to share it with all the 84 councillors. Regarding the petition itself, Lord Mayor, as I said, thank you to the 3 petitioners. We note the 3 petitions in related to the site allocation SESO3 in the draft Sheffield plan, land of Eckington Way. Under the draft plan, this proposal is to allocate 5.35 hectares of the site for industry and 1.5 hectares as a traveller site. The draft plan makes clear that the industrial use will be limited to those uses that can be carried out in a residential area without causing harm to the residential amenity of the area. The plan has not been finalised yet. Indeed, the consultation period on the draft plan closes today. The issues raised in the petitions will therefore be taken into account along with other comments submitted as part of the consultation process. It is clear there are significant concerns about the impact this proposal would have on already high traffic levels of congestion in the area. Further transport modelling work is being undertaken to look at the impact of traffic levels and to assess whether any adverse impacts can be adequately mitigated.
He was that bothered, he didn't turn up.
We also note the concern of residents of Springwell Grove about the potential for any new industrial buildings to overshadow their homes. At this stage, it is worth highlighting to the petitioners that matters such as design, landscaping and site access would be matters to be considered as part of any subsequent planning application. But any planning application would only follow if the allocation is confirmed in the final adopted plan. Officers do, however, advise that a significant environmental buffer strip would be needed as part of a detailed design to separate the housing from the proposed uses. We should also emphasise that the Council has a legal duty to meet the housing needs of gypsies and travellers. The plan must provide enough land to meet future employment needs. All the issues will be reappraised in the light of the consultation comments and any new evidence. An alternative site or sites would need to be provided if the proposed site was to be removed. Following the completion of the public consultation exercise on the draft Sheffield plan, officers will review all the comments that have been made and will advise members on whether any amendments to the plan should be proposed. Any amendments would be submitted to the government alongside the draft Sheffield plan. And finally, Mr Chilton, and to the residents of Beighton, more than happy to come out, because I'm not familiar with the site, happy to come out now the consultation has concluded. The Strategy and Resources Policy Committee will be taking a decision based on the recommendation by the Transport, Regeneration and Climate Policy Committee. But the final decision, as I said earlier, will be made by full council, all 84 members. And before we get there, like we have done, the cross-party working group is due to meet on March the 5th. It will meet on a regular basis to take on board these issues and will make a final recommendation. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Right, Thank you, everybody, for listening, and there will be a chance to debate this later. I'm now going to move on. I'm now going to move on to questions from members of the public. I'm going to ask that questioners be as brief as possible when asking their questions. I can see already that we have questions with very long preambles. I'm going to ask for the question itself, not the preamble, please, because it takes the time from other people who also have questions. We want to ensure that there is as much time as possible available for other items of business on the agenda for today's meeting. So thank you in advance for your cooperation, and I have cunningly put my piece of paper with questions somewhere else. Here it is. So the first person to ask a question is Mr. Paul Wade. If you'd like to come to a microphone, please, Mr. Wade.
Lord Mayor, councillors, I've just been asked to keep the preamble to a limited time. I will try and do that. The point is this. My question regards safety. My question regards the pedestrian zone on Fargate and the Moor. I have seen cyclists going through there at breakneck speed. My question is this. When will Sheffield City Council actually help pedestrians in this area and stop cyclists going through at 30-mile-an-hour plus? My concern is that old people or young children are going to be hurt. So when will Sheffield City Council instigate some policy to stop this happening, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Excellent succinctness. Councillor Joe Otten, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Wade, for your public question. We weren't clear from the text that was given quite what kind of risk you're referring to. So the answer that has been prepared by officers relates to hostile vehicle mitigations and the measures that have been put in around the city to prevent terrorist attacks using vehicles. And these range, generally obstacles of various kinds, some of which blend in nicely to the street scene. From the way you put your question, I don't think that's what you were asking about. It's actually about the hazards shown by bicycles. So we don't have an answer ready for you on that point. I'll make sure an answer is sent to you if that's I'm afraid that's the best I can do, Lord Mayor, if that's acceptable.
We'll make sure that the answer is sent to you in writing, and it will also appear on the council website along with your question. Okay. So our next question is from Carrie Hetherwick. Carrie? Oh. Okay, in which case we will have a written response to her question sent to her, and there will also, this will also be published on the council's website. So the next question is from Abdul Raheem. And again, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Raheem, if you can just ask your question rather than giving the very long description about the issue in hand. So, Mr. Raheem.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to use the mic on. Can you hear me? You've not deliberately shut me off, are you? Can you hear me? If that's okay. Shall I? Sure.
He might just need to be close to it.
Is that working, yeah? Yes. Once again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to ask the question. I love the democracy of this country. It's very good. You do a brilliant job many of the times, most of the times. And the best thing, recently we've got clean air zones. What I ask you all is to be fair and be simple with the working class people. Rotherham Council has gone ahead with the non-chargeable survey to the vehicles. Same vehicles will go in Rotherham but not get charged. Same vehicles will be driven in Sheffield and be charged. Why is it that Rotherham will not charge the vehicles and you will, non-compliance vehicles? If this is from central government gave you the choice. So why have you gone against the working class people like myself who are already struggling due to COVID pandemic impact that has already happened? Also, I would like to, when you make a decision on licensing on Hackney carriages, and make sure you I advise you to take evidence from dealerships, because they've got a shortage of vehicles because of supply chain, because of the COVID pandemic. The manufacturers are in short supply of vehicles. And are you waiting when a sudden drop in Hackneys come to almost to a zero, that why not follow Leeds and Bradford, where they allow saloon cars to be allowed on Hackneys, and basically keep us working? Because I want to look after my family. My son's is already saying to me, Dad, he's going to university this year, and he's saying, Dad, what kind of Sheffield Council is this? Why are they doing this? Why are they making you suffer and this and that? I'm a working class person. I want to feed my family, and I don't like to get penalised with 3,600 extra amount every year. Where am I going to get this money from? And because of COVID pandemic, everything has gone expensive. The gas bills, the mortgages, everything. So you're well aware of the situation. I'm asking you, be lenient with us, with the working class. I walked through city centre today. Half of the business are already shut. Do you want the whole city to be shut by once the tsunami of this, the clean air zone charges come in? Please trying to be sensible and be lenient with the working class people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for summing up so well. Again, I think it's Councillor Joe Otten.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to answer the questions related to taxi licensing. I mean, possibly the clean air zone questions might be better answered over there. But yeah, no, thank you for your question. And you're quite right about the costs of new Hackney carriages in particular. And the Waste and Street Scene Committee have heard this come loud and clear from the trade. And what we did in our new policy last week was two main things we did. Was one, that we opened the Hackney carriage fleet up to rear loading vehicles, which are substantially cheaper. And we also extended the age at the first registration, the minimum age, from 5 years to 7.5 years. And we believe those two measures combined will substantially increase the range of vehicles that taxi drivers, Hackney carriage drivers will be able to buy and use, that will be of a Euro 6 standard and will be able to use the clean air zone without charges. I quite appreciate there is a danger, as you point out, that if large numbers of Hackney carriages are not replaced and if drivers are not willing to pay the daily charge, we may see a significant loss in the fleet. And I do think that is, I think we can reflect perhaps a number of years ago it was decided, wasn't it, in this council, that private cars wouldn't face the burden of the clean air zone, but it would go on taxis and light good vehicles and buses. And it is maybe, in hindsight, a lot of burden to place on very few vehicles to achieve the clean air targets that we need to achieve. So, we appreciate that. I think the question, the large part of your question is perhaps for the TRC committee and the clean air zone, so I don't know if that would like to go over there.
If you'd like to respond as well, Councillor Iqbal.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for bringing the question. The government, 3 times, has been taken to court by Client Earth, which is an international group, a bit similar to, you heard Mr. Cox, South Yorkshire Climate Alliance, about, we need to be doing a lot more. The government was taken to court, the highest court of the land ruled 3 times that the government needs to get its act sorted. Rushed out with a policy, didn't speak to any councils whatsoever, and a number of councils have taken different options. This council took an option not to charge private vehicles and motorbikes. I mean, there's a notice of motion from the Green Party today that says every car should have to pay. The reason I bring that up is that if you speak to any council up and down this country, the financial support that's being provided is inadequate. If the financial support was right, the licensing committee wouldn't have met last week to look at how it changes the policy to ensure that
Okay,
people...
sorry, I'm really sorry, Mazza, because it seems like you're the person that gets interrupted. Now, can I ask my colleagues here also to keep their remarks to themselves until such time as they are called to speak, and then we will all listen avidly. But in the meantime, please allow Mr. Iqbal to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Because the financial support is inadequate, that's why the licensing committee had to meet last week to look at what options they can bring forward to address the needs of the hackney cab drivers. And for us as a Transport, Regeneration and Climate Policy Committee, I've asked that it's cross-party. We meet on a weekly basis to pick up some of the issues that you've just highlighted. One of the biggest ones is the availability, not just the affordability, but hackney cabs. So it's a watching brief from us. But it's very important, a message for everybody. There is a public health emergency out there. I represent Darnell Ward, which is one of the most polluted wards. Grew up in Tinsley. Me, my sisters, we've all got asthma, and that's a direct correlation because we're next to the M1. The city itself is exceeding the limit that's required. So there is poor air quality across this city, and bringing in the clean air zone was the quickest way of trying to reduce those levels. So again, it's a watching brief from us. The assurance that I'd like to give you from Labour Group is that we've been fighting this government to say improve the financial support so we can help people like yourselves and businesses, small businesses across the city that are having to find a lot more when they've got a lot less in their pockets. This cost of living crisis, the recovery over the pandemic and Brexit, we fully empathise with what's happening out there. But the final point, if I can, Lord Mayor, is if you go on our website, www.sheffield.gov.uk, all the information is on there. So if anybody's confused, not clear, please go on our website. Thank you ever so much, Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. No, I'm not accepting a point of order on this at the moment. Thank you.
Don't know what it is yet, Lord Mayor.
No, but I know because he's speaking so loudly that I knew what you were talking about. If perhaps you had kept quiet and then raised a point of order, I might have been more inclined to hear it.
I am the quiet one, but I have some noisy colleagues next to me.
Thank you very much. Right, if we can move on to our next question. No, don't be silly. I have a vague suspicion I do. Right, the next person asking a question, and please don't be disrespectful at this point, is Ms. Julie Pearn. And before Julie speaks, I'm going to ask David Hollis, our interim director of legal, just to give us a note of caution here, Julie.
Yes, the preamble to the question raises issues that are probably contrary to the Council's adopted definition of anti-Semitism, and therefore the presenter is requested to just ask the question.
Sorry, I'm going to be... don't know why I have a chair today. Can I ask people in the gallery to be courteous and just listen to Mr. Hollis? And in the same way that I've asked members of full council not to interrupt or heckle, I'm going to ask the public gallery to do the same. However annoyed or irritated you may be by the advice that you hear from our head of legal. Thank you.
Yes, just to reiterate that it raises questions that are arguably contrary to the Council's adopted policy on anti-Semitism, and therefore can we not go through the matters in the preamble and just ask the question, please?
Right, there are some members of the public here who I just ask if you'd make yourselves visible in support of my question. I think I would be, I would appreciate some advice on which parts of my very factual preamble to the question might be in any contravention of the IHRA working definition, and I will omit those, but actually the question makes no sense without a preamble. In the meantime,
are you saying you'd like us to stop while you discuss this with Mr. Hollis? Or
well, I think Mr. Hollis ought to be able to say which parts of this he feels are in contravention.
Well, that would be quite difficult unless he actually repeats it in public. So if you can ask your question,
Julie.
I'm
prepared to take that risk, I guess. We've spoken today about the twinning with the Ukrainian city of Khmelnytsky, which I and the organisations I represent, Sheffield Labour Friends of Palestine, absolutely support. We are delighted that the City Council has shown this stand for international law and showed the degree of empathy and international solidarity to a people who are victims of military aggression, invasion, and the awful, assaults on children, creation of refugees and so on. And basically what we're saying is that empathy should be shown to other victims of military aggression, invasion, ethnic cleansing, and bombing. So what we are saying is we are pleased that Sheffield City Council is now taking steps of twinning in this way. And we want to remind the council that an invitation to twin was made by the Mayor of Nablus in April 2019, and that actually the council has not even acknowledged this invitation. Why the double standard? The West Bank and Gaza Strip have been under occupation and East Jerusalem illegally annexed since 1967. Palestinians have been subjected to ethnic cleansing since...
I think, Julie, I am going to stop you there.
All right, I will ask...
This is not about censorship.
It is, actually, because this is true.
Please sit down and be quiet. When the Lord Mayor stands up, the standing order says that other people sit down and listen, and that applies to everybody who is here. So if you will all sit down, please. We have received advice from our head of legal about concerns about breaking our declaration around anti-Semitism. And I, therefore, as the Lord Mayor, I do have to listen to the head of legal when he raises this with me, which I have, and he was raising again when you were speaking, Julie. Julie, we really want to hear your proposal. And please raise that so that we can then address it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lord Mayor. But I must say I'm very sad that what I think are simple statements of fact are being suppressed in this way. I will just now raise my... So I will carry on with my question.
Thank you, Julie.
Can we please have advice from the council as to how we may get a reciprocal response from the city to the Mayor of Nablus' invitation and achieve a twinning relationship, an aim which is supported by individuals and organisations all over Sheffield. Thank you.
I'll call on the Leader of the Council, Councillor Terry Fox.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Julie. And obviously, I mean, we had a fantastic event just the other year with Palfest and celebrated the culture and the rich diversity in that. I wasn't aware of the Nablus offer, but when we was going through the Clemensky twinning, what was clear was we had no clear policy on that, and that policy is coming through as we speak. And obviously that we've had a number of offers, certainly in the time I've been leader and the Lord Mayor, we've had a number of offers, which we want to take through on a proper process so that all members have an opportunity on that. That is on its way through. I think it's due to SNR in a couple of months, and we'll get that over the line. But in the meantime, just out of common decency and courtesy, we will get a reply back to the Mayor of Nablus, and I welcome their offer. So, and I look forward to catching up in different surroundings, Julie. Thank you.
You have just succumbed to censorship and the inability of people to criticise Israel.
No, we haven't. We have kept to the agreement which this whole council has agreed. So if you would please leave the chamber at this time. Thank you very much. I would add that the Reverend Hugh Thomas had contacted me after we had twinned with the town in Ukraine, saying that he could remember that the Nablus offer had been made, and he sent me the information about it, which I believe was when Councillor Majid was the Lord Mayor. So I don't believe that anything was done then, but we will certainly be looking at this now so that you're aware.
I can give
I'm moving on now.
Piece of information
I
on
am moving on now.
It was formally received by one of your predecessors.
Julie, I am moving on. We've had public questions now from Mr. Michael Mullen, who has asked about the deployment of wireless masts for 5G use in Sheffield. Mr. Mullen isn't here, so as we usually do at this point, sorry, can I have a little less murmuring from the Labour benches, please? Thank you. As he is not here, of his 3 questions, 2 will be sent to him, the answers will be sent in written form. And his second question, which is disrespectful to a named officer, has been ruled out of order. We then have 2 questions from Ruth Hubbard, who is also unable to be here in person. The leader's comments on local governance and tramlines and the Hillsborough local community and business. So, as we do, she will be sent written answers to her questions, and those will also be published on the council website. Thank you. And I think at this point we will take a break for everybody to calm down a little and prepare for the debate on the HRA. Thank you. We are now on, okay, we're on item 5.1, and I'll just wait for Councillor Williams to take his seat as he's on the hot seat now. Item 5.1, questions on urgent business. I am aware that Cllr Ben Miskell wishes to ask a question in relation to the recent murder of Brianna Gay. In accordance with the provisions of Council Procedure Rule 16.6, Roman numeral 2, I propose to grant permission for Cllr Miskell to ask his question, which he is going to abbreviate enormously for me, on the lines of everybody else has done the same. And he's going to ask his question, which will be answered by Councillor Richard Williams, Chair of the Communities, Parks and Leisure Policy Committee. So if you do your first paragraph and your last paragraph, Ben, I think that would cover it.
Lord Mayor, thank you. Following the shocking murder of Brianna Gay, what is Sheffield City Council's community safety team and South Yorkshire Police doing to provide extra support, reassurance and protection to the trans community?
Sorry, Councillor, I believe you had a second part of that question about asking the committee chair. Do you want me to raise that bit, or can you remember that bit?
Apologies, Lord Mayor. I was told to shorten, abbreviate and only mention the first part.
I said the first and the last.
Apologies. I would appreciate if a meeting could be convened with the trans and LGBT plus community, as well as Sheffield City Council and senior police officers, to provide assurance and also ensure that support and safety is provided.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Councillor Miskell, and thank you, Lord Mayor, for taking this as an urgent matter. Shocking is exactly the right description of this. Having received the question over the weekend, I did a bit of research. I knew about Brianna's circumstances before, but having read a bit more into it, it's particularly shocking, especially that the two of the potential perpetrators are so young. That in itself is shocking. But to answer your questions, Ben, because there's no final outcome to the police investigations, I can't talk about the particular case anymore. Sheffield City Council, South Yorkshire Police and our partners work together to make sure the city is a welcoming and safe place for local people and visitors to enjoy. The Safer Sheffield Partnership has a statutory duty to address and reduce community safety issues in the city, and one of our key priorities is to protect vulnerable people. The government introduced the serious violence duty on the 31st of January this year. This duty is intended to create the right conditions for authorities to collaborate and communicate using existing partnerships where possible, to share information and take coordinated action to tackle serious violence. So we're doing a lot. I would be more than happy to meet with representatives of the transgender community, with representatives of South Yorkshire Police, and they have already indicated that they would be happy to do that as well. So I will do that and then report back to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Ben. Is that a satisfactory answer? You don't have a supplementary, I take it?
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor. Can I also ask whether the chair of the committee will attend the hate crime board as well?
If I can, I certainly will. Yes.
Right, thank you both of you. So we're now on item 5.2, questions on the joint authorities. This item of business is to provide an opportunity for members of the Council to ask questions on the discharge of the functions of the South Yorkshire Joint Authorities for Fire and Rescue and Pensions and of the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority. Are there any questions relating to those authorities? Right, I don't hear any. I've just had to be grumpy with the leader of the Green Group, and I'm going to have to be grumpy with you, Councillor Fox. I'm being kind to you at the moment because you're not well, but just wait. It's pity, it certainly is. Right, we're now on member questions, which I'm sorry. Okay, you've all got the copies of the questions and answers in front of you. So I'll do the usual thing of just going page by page and speak up if you want to ask a supplementary question. Page 1. Oh, hang on, Shafak. Fair enough. Good, a reign of fear. Okay, page 2. Are you asking to... Oh, God. Right. What have I done? Page 3. Oh, thank goodness, Mike, you're brave.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. When leisure strategy was approved at the end of 2021, there was an agreement with Sheffield City Trust to ensure that it had sufficient liquidity to see it through till the end of August 2024. Bearing in mind we didn't have an energy crisis then, and we do now, this is bound to have an effect on its finances. Can we confirm whether, first of all, that our leisure facilities will be safe through to then, and secondly, that there is sufficient liquidity to deal with the financial issues that Sheffield City Trust are bound to face? Thank you.
Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As regarding our assets and leisure centres, yes, we can guarantee that. As regarding the liquidity, I have no idea. I've not seen this year's accounts, but my understanding is that the last conversation I had, and I believe with officers, was that we were okay up to the 2024 bond date when that would be taken into consideration. My understanding also is that there were obviously conditions going to go forward regarding the leisure strategy that myself and the chair of the CPL committee are going to some, I'm going to say workshop, and I'm looking at the chair at the moment, I think it's workshop terminology, where probably we may be able to highlight even more issues if they arise with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Page 4, page 5, page 6.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Diamond, I meant. Sorry.
That's okay. Yes, I'd just like to thank Councillor Fox for his response to this. So I take it from the response to question 1 that you regret that a Labour candidate has brought this petition to full council, and will you join me in condemning it as cynical electioneering?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Diamond. I obviously refer you to my answer, given in the written.
Oops, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12. Councillor Masters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In response to question 1 at the top, I have had residents contact me about this. So I asked licensing for a record of the ice cream vehicles allowed to operate in the parks. I was given a list of the registrations. I checked them against the ultra-low emission zone website that the government has. Some of them were not compliant. Some of those vehicles, the registrations were different to what licensing holds. So please, can checks for compliance be carried out properly so that residents can be assured that the vehicles operating in our parks at least are compliant? Because this indicates they should be, but the information that is not perfect suggests that some may not be. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I'm not sure whether this is licensing or parks, but I'll take it as parks. If you can send me the details, then I will follow up and use that as a good excuse to ask them about their processes in the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Page 13. Sorry. Councillor Crossland, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's relating to the question at the bottom of 13 going over to 14. So, at the meeting of the Communities, Parks and Leisure Committee on the 14th of November, the Head of Sports, Leisure and Health introduced a report which provided an update to members of the committee about the progress made towards implementing the outcomes of the leisure review, which was actually agreed by the cooperative executive in 2021. It included progress towards appointing a new operator for sports, leisure and entertainment venues by September 2024. So I was wondering if that timescale is still on track.
Thank you, Curtis. As Chair of the Communities, Parks and Leisure Policy Committee, I should have an answer for you, but unfortunately I don't. And the reason is because, as we stand here to date, I've not received appropriate briefings, and in fact, this issue of a rethink has not come to my committee. I don't know why. What I am saying is I fully understand, with the increased costs of utilities, of building maintenance and building new buildings, a rethink is a good idea. In fact, I'd be very surprised if we didn't have that. But I think that using the approach we're using is paying lip service to the committee system that has just been introduced. I just don't think it's right. So you've asked me the question. I can't answer it today. I will do some digging and find out and give you a written answer. Thank you.
And can you share that written answer with the entire council, please?
Of course.
Not just Councillor Crossland's. Thank you. Right, page 15. Councillor Parekh.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Martin, but it's quite a perfunctory response to the question. So I wanted to ask it after a discussion with the Environment Agency workers at Epic in Darnall. Basically just that when we talk about green jobs, which our committee's already scheduled to do, it's already in the work programme, I think we do need to actively retain a focus on the quality of these jobs, and just to ask, will you as chair invite representatives of unions that represent workers in already existing green jobs, such as Unison, to meet with and inform our committee's decision making?
Thank you, Councillor. I try to keep answers as short as possible. I'm sure the Lord Mayor would appreciate that. With regards to evidence gathering, as I've said in my answer, it's a matter for the whole committee. So my understanding of the governance process is that as committee chair, I can't unilaterally say who we should bring in or what evidence we should take. So you are perfectly free to put that forward to the whole committee. There are two opportunities coming up. We have a committee meeting this Wednesday. There is an all-committee briefing on green skills on the 8th of March. So I think that would be the appropriate time to put forward that proposal. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Sorry, Councillor Parekh again.
Me again, sorry. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, just to my second question, obviously it spoke specifically about tackling bad landlords in the city, and your answer focused on the snug scheme, which is a scheme landlords opt into. Presumably good landlords will opt into it, bad landlords won't have their houses checked. I think it would be nice to see a bit more of a proactive approach to engaging with students and tackling bad landlords in the city, rather than just working with the best of the class.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the end of that question. Would you just say it again?
It would be nice to have a more proactive approach to tackling bad landlords in the cities, rather than just working with those who are SNUG accredited, which are the opt-in best of the class.
Yeah, sure. The original idea of putting more resources into enabling students to ring in with complaints about repairs would inevitably mean less resource for people who are not students to ring in. And frankly, there is a number and there is an email. Students do use it. It's probably quite important that we don't put more resources into people who aren't quite digitally connected and take them away from people who possibly have a lot more barriers in their way to actually logging requests for service. I have to say, my experience, the private sector housing team is pretty good and proactive at responding to people, visiting homes in the private sector where there are sometimes shockingly poor standards and so on. And don't underestimate this in any way, because we've got 60,000 private rented homes in the city and still a very small team to inspect those. But for the size of the team, they do a very good job.
Page 20. Oops, I have two people. I'll take Cllr Parekh and then Cllr Dunn, because that's the order.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, just to my questions 4 and 5. There are requests for data. I was hoping you as the chair could facilitate getting that data from officers. Would you be able to do that?
Yes, I'm sure we can do something like that. Could you drop me an email afterwards to make sure it's definitely on my radar? That would be really helpful.
And Cllr Dunn.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for your response. I think I would like a yes or no answer to this. Is the reason that we're all here on a Monday and not with our community groups, etc., where we would normally be, is because you, as chair of the Housing Committee, failed to make sure that the correct new way forward under the governance, that the HRA went to committee prior to full council, that you overlooked that. Are you not on top of your brief, Councillor Johnson?
Oh, Councillor Johnson, would you like to respond?
Well, that's a bit rude, isn't it? I think actually that's really poor. I know you like sniping at the committee system, but we are in a new process, and we've all worked through this issue about governance, with officers and councillors right across the board. It's a bit petty. But personally, actually, I could have lived with the sequencing, but I can see why there was proper advice that it could be changed and why there's a drive from other parties to change it. There we are. The good thing is that you got out of a council meeting 2 weeks ago.
Come on. Whoa. Right. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for your answers, Councillor Johnson. Much appreciated. I understand that you may not have all the information needed, so looking forward to that. With regards to question 1 and 8, section 20 is being issued for almost the best part of a year. Do you think, considering the amount of work that's been undertaken on council blocks where there's probably shared tenancy ownership, do you think 8 is sufficient a number? It's a kind of judgment call, kind of more than anything. So it's just, in your opinion, do you think that 8 reflects all those orders that should have been issued? And if not, I'm being a bit naughty and getting the second supplementary here, so Lord Mayor can slap me if need be. Will this be something that you'll look into in the future to make sure that all Section 20s are being issued appropriately and housing repairs are making sure that those processes are put in place to recover all that money for the revenue budget? Thank you for the indulgence, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. That was the thought when I got this. Obviously, as you will tell, this is advice from officers who've we've put the question to them, they've given the number of what's on the records there. It could well be explained by a number of things. So if you look at section 20 notices, they're about consultation, they only apply in certain circumstances. This doesn't relate to all the work that's done on all leasehold flats across the city, because in many of them, the work either wouldn't reach the threshold for having to have a specific consultation on that, or it's probably the subject of an ongoing major works programme for continual work, so it's already been done. So if you want more factual details, then again, drop me a line. I'm sure we can ask the officers. Assume that what's been given is right. If there's any supplementary questions, then yeah, let me know.
Page 20, well, I'll do 24 in case there aren't any other questions on that page, I take it. Page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31, page 32, page 33, page 34. Oh, hooray! We've missed your contributions.
Keep it short and sharp, Lord Mayor. Thank you. It's in relation to question 4, in which you talk about the housing and economic land availability assessment, if that's what the terminology is. Could you just check with officers, particularly around 2015-16, what information was shared with MPs? I know you say that documents exist on the website. Were they actually shared with MPs or their staff members? Happy to receive a response in writing from either of the co-chairs.
And if we have a response in writing, can we send it to all the council so that we all know what the answer is?
Yes, we will do, through you, Lord Mayor.
Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Sorry, Councillor Diamond. See?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. So this is in relation to question 2, and I think this is a clear example of where the Labour group are opposing policy on public transport. It's a question directly to Councillor Iqbal, because on BBC Radio Sheffield, you said regarding bus lanes and red lines, and I quote, "So Douglas Johnson, when we were a cooperative, before we moved into this new model, he signed off these schemes," referring to bus lanes and red lines, "without consultation." So there was a consultation and nothing has been signed off. Would you like to take the opportunity to apologise to Councillor Johnson and listeners of Toby Foster's show for misleading them? And do you agree that there is enough misinformation out there without councillors adding to it?
Councillor Iqbal, would you like to set the record straight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to find out where the question is Lord Mayor referring to. Is it question 1, 2? I mean, I want to be very, very clear, Lord Mayor, through you. All the committee, especially me and my colleague, Councillor Grocott, the chaos caused by the previous cabinet member, which was Councillor Johnson, all we've been doing this year is mopping up his mess. I go out and speak to businesses and they're asking me, why have we not been consulted? I'm speaking to residents, they're saying to me, Maz, why aren't we consulted? I'm speaking to your own councillors. I was at an event, a community event at Nether Edge. We had to have these drop-in sessions so we can engage and hear what folks want to say. But obviously, Councillor Douglas Johnson decided to take a different approach. But the assurance I want to give all councillors, not just yourself, is that since myself and Councillor Grocott have been involved, we've gone out and listened to communities, we've held neighbourhood events, we've got local area committees involved, we've got MPs and councillors and residents, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
So you're not going to apologise for lying to people?
Thank you, Councillor Diamond. I believe Councillor Johnson wanted his point of order.
Thanks. As a point of order, thank you, Councillor Diamond, for raising that point. I mean, I think we're saying that We think you lied on radio. Mazza, you were asked if you want to apologise. I wasn't expecting this question, so thank you, Councillor Diamond. It's up to you whether you want to make an apology now or at any other time, but I just want to clarify this point of order. When I was the executive member responsible for climate change, environment and transport, and that came into my portfolio, I didn't at any point sign off the decision which you claim I did. And certainly didn't do anything without consultation. So I just want to put that on the record and say that when you say those things on radio, it doesn't go unnoticed because people know that you're lying.
Right.
Can I respond?
Right. I will give you a right of reply, Councillor Iqbal.
I mean, if you speak to businesses on Abbeydale Road, they were calling their local elected members. At that time, it was the Greens. Councillor Johnson was the executive cabinet member responsible for transport. You didn't want to hear from those in the areas that you represent. You was the cabinet member. You're the one that's allowed this chaos to occur. Unfortunately, we've lost a lot of time. We've had to go back, consult with communities and ensure that they are on board. It's not me who owes you an apology. You owe an apology to the residents in Crooks, to the residents in Walkley, to the residents in Letheredge, to the residents on Abbeydale Road and businesses, and to the same residents and businesses on Ecclesall Road, because the anxiety, the frustration, the fear, the scaremongering has been caused by yourself. Thank you.
Right. I think we've explored this enough. Was it a very exciting? You may have one. I will listen. I said I will listen.
Thank you.
Please stand up.
Yes, I will do. Right. So I think I would like Councillor
What is your point of order?
Yeah, my point of order is that I was listening to that programme.
Sorry, can you quote your point of order? Which is his point of order?
Factual accuracy, I think. Is
right,
the
try
obvious
that one.
thing. So,
I'm listening.
So, I was listening to that programme that very morning, and I heard verbatim what was said. And what was said was that there was no consultation and that it was signed off. Both those things are inaccurate.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Rickball like to
Thank
reply
you,
on that?
thank you very much. I was listening to that one as well. Right, shall we move on? Are we on page 39? Hurrah. No points of order? Page 40? Page 41? Page 42? Page 43? Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Otton, thank you for your answer. Given the extra resource that we've put in, I would have expected the number to be a bit higher than 123 over the city. Are we not doing investigations into these fly tippings? Because I constantly see fly tipped being repeated in the same areas. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Fox. Thank you for your question. Of course, we would obviously would like to fines for fly tipping to be, well, we would like fly tipping to be lower and fines not to be necessary. I think the extra money that has gone in has been applied to good effect. It's been applied through a policy which was agreed cross-party. So you might want to talk to Councillor Chaplin in your group who supported it alongside myself and the Greens. There have been a number of initiatives. I myself recently met with a community group in Darnall who were particularly concerned about fly tipping there. And I've also spoken with local ward members in that ward. So across the whole city, I think we're aware there are hotspots for fly tipping. I also recently had visit to the Don near Neepsend with council officers, and we looked at some of the issues that were there and the potential for improvement of that area. But you know, ultimately we need people to stop dropping the litter and stop fly tipping, and that is what it boils down to. And the city can only be reactive in terms of cleaning up afterwards. It's a necessary job. I think we have a newfound determination to do it, but there is so much out there that it takes a lot of work to have the impact that there is.
Lord Mayor, can I just come back?
Very briefly.
I don't think that you answered my question, Councillor Otten. I'm saying, given the extra resource, we're not seeing a lot of good results.
So, Councillor Fox, the point of investing the resource, as I understand it, was, as you say, it's been a cross-party policy, was to improve the fly tipping situation, not simply to increase the number of fines. The number of fines obviously relates to the amount of enforcement, which is only one element of that. And we have installed cameras in more locations. Not every location is suitable for cameras. Some locations, there's nowhere realistically to put a camera. Some locations, the cameras are so obvious that people just go somewhere else. But you know, the investment in fly tipping is something that I believe has been effective, and I would expect you to welcome it, and I would expect you to talk to your colleagues on the committee, because it's not something that so far has divided us.
Sorry, Councillor Parekh, where are you asking your question?
Just a point of order, Lord Mayor.
And what is your point of order?
Question 2, the southwest is missing. I wanted to check if the data is accurate or if the southwest just has no fines.
Yeah. Should it just say west next to the south? No?
No, there's only 6 there, not 7.
Oh, maybe they have nothing happening there. Okay, we'll ask officers to find that gap and fill it for you. Page 44. Yes?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the answer, Councillor Otten, to question 1. As a further to that, could Councillor Otten explain why this particular item has been kicked down the road somewhat with this committee when it should have been considered by the committee last November, and taking the item in June will obviously represent a 7-month delay in moving towards a decision stage on an area of licensing that really does need attention. And as you've indicated in your written reply to my original question, there are perceived changes in the sex industry in more recent times that really, I think, then require more urgent intervention, not kicking it down the road. So what commitment is the Waste and Street Scene Policy Committee making to ensure that this particular policy area is going to receive the attention it needs sooner rather than later, not be sidelined any further?
Yes, well, thank you for your answer. You're quite right that it's an important policy that is long overdue a refresh. I think the fact that the industry has changed since the consultation is now some time ago, means that it may be necessary to go back a step, which means that it will then take even longer. Now, that's just my view. Officers may not agree with that. They may be able to put something together based on the consultation that we had. I think it's fair to say that the licensing service has been stretched recently with the number of papers they've had to bring forward. Particularly the Hackney carriage policy had to come forward from March to February in order to give some comfort to the drivers who are having to replace their vehicles for the clean air zone. And for a number of reasons, which I'm sure you'll be aware of, that the service has been, has struggled with the resource necessary to produce the number of policies that was asked of it. And I don't do that. I don't say that to blame them. I think that they've been just asked to be doing an awful lot. But I hope we can get this policy right. There was certainly a lot. The last draft that we had of the policy had a lot in there about making the working environment in SEVs safer for those who work there, and that is something I'm sure we'd all support in this chamber, and it's important therefore that we get that into policy should another SEV come to this city. Thank you.
Thank you again, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I think it's a case of finding more committee time to actually bring things forward. There we go. Brings me on to question 2 and relating to the Hackney Carriage Vehicle Policy and how the work around that has been undertaken. And I note in your answer that you say you convened a taxi forum in January where representatives of drivers, operators and taxi users were able to discuss issues, but that you limited the number of people who were able to take part in that. And I do want to challenge that, because I think allowing only a limited number of representatives, emphasising that word, not individuals, but representatives, who, you know, can't possibly represent everyone in the trade. And in fact, we know that they don't represent every driver in the trade, you know. Asking just a very limited number to attend the forum, would you not agree that taxi drivers are individually, you know, de facto experts in their own trade, and that space should probably have been made to receive more input from and hold discussion with individual voices and the widest possible pool of voices, and that is really why the toolkit for engagement exists in this committee system. And did you, for example, seek to hear from quoting from the toolkit, attendees from multiple backgrounds in your issue-focused workshop? That's what the toolkit refers to it as. And there are also other items in the toolkit, such as creative use of online engagement channels, number 4. Number 6, co-design events on specific challenges or to support policy development. Number 8, stakeholder reference groups.
And this question
Number
is...
10,
This question is, Councillor
coming to a
Milson.
question mark, Lord
No,
Mayor.
come to the question now, please.
Formal and informal discussion groups are all items you could have employed. Why didn't you? Is my question.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Milson. Yes, I mean, it's worth bearing in mind that the Hackney Carriage Policy is subject to a full consultation exercise, and that is not just statutory duty, but that is, I think, meeting in spades the requirements of the governance toolkit relating to engagement, and is a much better record than perhaps some other policy committees have on some of the decisions they make. The forum that I convened was entirely additional to that, because I was conscious that the committee was getting representations from a number of sources, and I thought it would be more useful if we sat around in a room and were able to thrash some of the issues out. The one driver who asked to attend, who I declined, who was an individual and not a representative, we nonetheless did circulate his comments to the people at the forum that he'd sent in on paper, so we were aware of the issues that he sought to raise, and they were very similar issues to those raised by the 3 trade union representatives for taxi drivers and the other representatives of the trade. I mean, it feels a little bit wrong, but I will do it. I mean, I would defend the role of the trade union in representing the worker. I feel I shouldn't need to lecture you this on Councillor Milson, but there you have it.
Because they don't have paid time off to do it, eh, Joe? Right. Page 45, page 46, page 47. Okay, Councillor Diamond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. So anyone that attended the Active Travel Summit at the weekend will accept that Sheffield has far too dangerous roads, the most dangerous roads out of any core city, with 32 children per year dying on average or being seriously injured. Would you agree that lack of parking enforcement, which is a reason for my question, not income for income's sake, but more income to make sure that we enforce bad parking on Sheffield roads, would make Sheffield's roads much less dangerous? And would you agree that it's incredibly necessary to do that?
Thank you, Councillor Diamond. Of course, road safety as a whole is under TRC, so do please ask them there. But on the specific point about parking enforcement, you're quite right. We do have a task and finish group operating cross-party specifically on parking enforcement policy, which I believe your group is represented by Councillor Maroof. I don't think he's here, but perhaps you might want to have a conversation with him. It is a little bit frustrating because the whole world of parking enforcement is highly regulated, and there's an awful lot of case law which limits some of the things you might think, well, why can't we just do this? Why can't we just spot them doing that and give them tickets? And a lot of that turns out to be a lot more difficult than you might think. So that's the world we're in. But nonetheless, we do have a task and finish group looking at this, and we're hoping to bring a parking enforcement policy to a future committee for the reasons that you give, because dangerous parking does contribute negatively to road safety, and that, as you say, the revenue that enforcement might raise is incidental to that, and indeed in some cases enforcement costs more than it raises, but when there's a safety issue, you know, it's still right to do.
Page 46. No. Page 47, Councillor Masters.
I think it has to be Councillor Mohammed first.
Oh, all right then.
Thank you.
Yes, this question.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. It's question 6. I'm happy to provide you more information outside the meeting, and hopefully you can follow it up. Thank you.
If we have this information, can it be shared with the entire council so that we all know the answers? Councillor Masters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, it's to do with question 2 on page 47. Thank you for that. I know that it's partly through to your intervention we've actually got to the stage where the residents will be consulted, but the 3 ex-councillors have been working on behalf of residents for some time on this. Can we also now, please, have the information sent to residents shared with us so that we know what's going on? Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy to share that and have that shared, yeah.
Marvellous. Right, as we are 10 minutes over the time limit for questions, fortunately we've got to the end of that section. So, item number 6, Housing Revenue Account, HRA Business Plan and HRA Budget 2023.
Lord Mayor.
24.
Can I ask that we, through Standing Order 17.6, that we move the time limit from 25 minutes on this debate to 40 minutes? This debate absolutely incurs over 38,000 households in this city, and as a collective landlord, I think we ought to give it the time that it needs to be able to have this debate, Lord Mayor, and I know there's a number of councillors in this chamber who would want to stand and speak on behalf of the tenants that they elected them. Just while I'm on my feet, though, Lord Mayor, can I just ask another question? There are a number of cameras walking around this chamber, and whilst there are members who are better than me for flexi working on their laptops, will there be some sort of editing just in case that some people are doing private work on there that comes? So I just asked for that question. I just noticed a number of the cameras being mobile. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I'm sure that it will be edited such that nobody's privacy is in any way compromised by the filming. They're filming us rather than our casework, and if it should be that any casework has been filmed, I'm pretty confident that'll be deleted. Thank you, Leader, for bringing that to my attention. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Fox's?
I'm happy to go along with that, so long as the extra time is used for additional comments rather than repetition. But I am also keen to discuss the committee motion by the Greens as well, so long as that can be fitted in, Lord Mayor.
Right, so it's been seconded by 2 people. Right. Does anybody want to speak against it?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just say that if we need to...
Just so that you know, Douglas, you get a maximum of 30 seconds. Go.
Boom. What was I going to say? I was going to say that, yeah, we shouldn't need to extend this because the whole point is we've done all the work in the committees. It's been through Housing Committee extensively and through it. I wouldn't want to stop debate at all, but I'm just going to flag that up now. But I'm happy to talk about housing all day.
Right. There is no right of reply on this from the mover, so we're going to ask, are members happy to vote on the procedural motion now? Okay. Is the motion to change the order of business agreed? Those in favour, please show. It's just a show of hands at this time.
Lord Mayor, could you just
Lord Mayor,
clarify?
the motion is to extend the time, not to change the order of business.
Yeah.
Oh, it is changing the order of business by making it all prolonged. Right, can I have votes in favour of extending the vote? Yeah. Sorry, and those, hands down, and those against. Any abstentions? One abstention, so that is passed. So this debate will now continue for 40 minutes. Oops, thank you. So, this item of business is to approve a housing revenue account business plan and budget for 2023-24. At its meeting held on 7th of February, the Strategy and Resources Policy Committee approved a series of recommendations for consideration by the Council today. These recommendations are set out in the report of the Executive Director, Operational Services, which was published with the agenda for this meeting. A motion to approve those recommendations, together with 2 proposed amendments to consider, was circulated to all members a number of days ago and has been published on the Council's website this morning. Copies of the motion and amendments are available here. Can I call on Councillor Douglas Johnson to move this motion, and you may speak for up to 3 minutes, Douglas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So, this is an unusual position for the Greens to be in, but I just want to say how much actually it's been a really interesting experience working through probably the biggest challenge that any of the committees have had to face. And I just want to say, I'm actually really proud we have a really good public service. I just believe in public service, and I believe in public services be good. And we all know that it's not always perfect all the time. But actually, we I think can all be proud that we are a council that's retained its housing stock. And as the leader said, we've got 39,000 homes there. We provide that public service to people in our city. And that is a good thing. And, so let's not shy away from that. A lot of people are involved with this, and a lot of people actually have reason to be proud. And I like to hope that our tenants still have reason to be proud, at least as much of the time as we can possibly make it. So you've got the report here. It's been through Housing Policy Committee, cross-party, and of course the proposal you have here is the paper that's been brought forward by Strategy and Resources Committee. I think one thing that's in the report that I think is perhaps an innovation is with the list of some of the achievements of the housing service that we employ to provide homes to our 39,000 families there. And there's just some really good things. And in some ways it's modest, but in the scale of what we've been having 12 years of austerity, we all know the financial challenges facing this council, then there's some really good work there. I'm just looking at some of the figures that are drawn out of there. So I think 291 new council homes in this year, very nearly 1,000 that have been in the programme there. It's not enough, but it means we are going forward, and that was a real change after many years of losing them, or not being able to build on that. And on repairs, we all know the situation that repairs have been in. We are, well over 90% on our gas safety records, and that's been a real drive because of the increased emphasis on that. And on fire risk assessments, 7,000 new roofs with insulation, and the whole issue about retrofitting to make our homes warmer for people is really important. That fits in completely with the cost of living. We all know about the cost of living, and many of our council tenants feel it, and many of other people in the city too. But there is a lot going on there. In this budget, there's a tripling of the hardship fund, which is really to provide a bigger safety net for many more of the people in the city who are facing that extra difficulty. And you've got to remember some of the extra mile that our staff go to. So if you look at the big emergency in Stannington over the course of this year, actually you wouldn't believe how many of our housing staff, how many of our repair staff were mobilised in a way that's voluntary to the council to make that, to avert that crisis, and they did that. We had this challenge of a massive £23 million a year gap in the budget that was facing us. And I'd just like to thank everyone who's worked cross-party and with the officers and with the tenants who've been involved in bring together proposals that deal with that, because this is what's needed to bring forward a modernised housing revenue budget. I think we're getting there. There's a long way off being a perfect situation, and we have a long way to go. But I don't want to see anyone fall in that category of, in the press vilifying the council. Yes.
You are winding up now, aren't you? It's a deeply red light there.
I'm winding up. Yeah, I'm trying to make the most of the extra 50 minutes of debate we've added on. I think there's all mine, isn't it? I beg your pardon. I may have misunderstood that. So I'll wind up on. I will wind up just to say that I just want to commend this as we've now. I want to commend it because, as I say, there's a lot of people's homes and jobs are at issue here. There are some good people out there. It's our job to support our tenants and our staff, and we can do the best job we possibly can through this housing revenue account. So I'll ask someone to second that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Right, Councillor Fox, second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in seconding this, I just want to highlight, obviously, as leader, I am constituted to deliver a reduction and to reduce the strategic and financial risk to this council. And at the S&R, we debated around the budget being submitted today. And that's why if our amendment will not go through, then we will be voting for this budget that's put before you today. But Lord Mayor, we've missed a real opportunity here. We've missed the opportunity. The 3,100 homes, Lord Mayor, didn't just come out of the area. It came because of need. We heard in committee 20,000 people, our residents, are on the waiting list, Lord Mayor, needing a home. And we, as a council, take the view to reduce the housing stock, Lord Mayor. What we need, Lord Mayor, is a real opportunity to engage with our tenants, engaging through the housing advisory panels that we are proposing. Lord Mayor, there's a real opportunity here to engage new tenants, younger tenants, to get into those, holding to account our neighbourhoods and where we are able to work through. Lord Mayor, we've got a real opportunity like at Edward Street where residents have really took up that challenge to hold that on and to really get a real view of the repairs that are required. Not patching, but an absolutely holistic view of how we are going to do those repairs. Bringing down, Lord Mayor, the 10 million increase that has gone on to that repair bill, where we've gone from over 40 to 50 million pounds. If we could reduce, Lord Mayor, that 10 million pound, we could deliver those homes through that borrowing. If anybody was going to repair their homes, was going to end and build extensions, they'd borrow to go and do that. Bristol have took up the challenge, Lord Mayor. Bristol took up that challenge. 1.8 billion they've committed, Lord Mayor, to build over 9,000 homes. That's where we need to be. That's where Sheffield, that's where our residents, Lord Mayor. So for me, I hope that everybody will absolutely go with our amendment, Lord Mayor. But if not, we've got to deliver this budget, Lord Mayor. And to say that the committees, that was 9 people. There's 84 councillors in here to take a view and who are represented from our 39,000 residents, Lord Mayor. We've got a real opportunity to show some drive, some ambition, some vision. I hope you back our amendment, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Right, and now can I say there are 2 proposed amendments, and these are, it says numbers A and B. It's letters A and B, isn't it? On the housing revenue account document circulated at this meeting. So can I call on Councillor Fran Belbin to move amendment A, and you may speak for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the chair of the committee is correct in saying that we did spend a lot of time looking at the housing revenue account and particularly looking at the revenue budget, which is only right when we are talking about some quite substantial cuts and a 7% rent increase.
Unfortunately, I do feel we could have spent a lot longer looking at what we are actually spending our money on and on our capital expenditure, and how we can use that more effectively to mitigate against future cuts and to support our residents to have decent homes and create thriving neighbourhoods. We know that our repairs bill is disproportionately high compared to other cities. It's clear our stock needs improvement, it needs investment, it's not had the investment it needs, and too many of our tenants are facing difficulties. Over the weekend, I visited a resident who had had over 250 repairs to her house over the last 12 years since she's lived there. Time after time, she's taken time off work, she's waited for people to come round, and when they've come round to do the fix, they've said, we can't fix that because there's an underlying problem and it's been time and effort wasted. Our tenants can see quite clearly that if we put the investment into resolving problems properly, we'll actually get ahead of our repairs bill by putting the investment in up front, and we'll save on doing multiple repairs further down the line. Prevention's always better. We talk about that when it comes to our children's lives, that we prevent rather than mopping up the problems afterwards. We need to do that with our housing stock as well. It's particularly important around decarbonising our stock. We know that cold homes that people can't afford to eat create condensation, damp and mould. That's one of the biggest issues that we're facing. We absolutely need to be taking those preventive measures to stop that happening. And the Edward Street example Councillor Fox has just cited is a really good example of where we are talking to the tenants now about addressing issues from top to bottom, rather than going out and carrying out hundreds and thousands of repairs. So I'll finish off just by saying, please do support this amendment. We know that a future Labour government will be bringing in a decent Homes 2 standard that we will need to live up to. And by doing the investment now in our stock, we can get ahead, we can be more cost effective, and we can create those neighbourhoods that our tenants and residents really deserve to live in.
Thank you, Councillor Belbin. I'm now going to call on Councillor Denise Fox to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We believe that we should be building more homes, not less, knowing that our homelessness is on the increase and the cost of living is adding to the numbers. We cannot allow this government to stop us helping the people of Sheffield. We need more council homes. If you want to improve your home, most people have to borrow to do this, but in doing so, knowing that it adds value to your property. So why, as a council, wouldn't we borrow to improve and build more council stock? Your home is the most precious thing in your life. It is important that it's warm, secure and safe. To sleep well in our homes and make sure our homes are warm, secure and safe, we need to repair and maintain them properly. So why not improve our stock whilst doing the repairs? Invest to save, by spending the money once, not patching them up. Sheffield City Council spends an enormous amount of money, millions, on our repairs. And it keeps increasing year on year. Our tenants deserve better. Good planning means the right communities with the right homes in the right places. And who better to tell us what is required and needed in their homes? Our tenants. We need to engage them before we start building or improving homes. We want to empower them, reach out and hear what they have to say. So where better than through our likes, the local area committees? A Labour initiative that was reaching out to the people. This is a perfect vehicle for setting up the housing advisory group, where our tenants can connect with councillors, housing officers, architects, developers, anyone that can help to improve our council homes. Sorry, I'll turn over the page. Making sure tenants are involved from the start in our decisions about how their homes are improved. We have the opportunity to help the people that need it most, so please, please don't deny them this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Where are we here? Can I call on Councillor Penny Baker to move Amendment B, and you may speak for up to 2 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Only 2 minutes, crikey. Can I start by thanking officers for all the work they've done to bring this very complicated and very difficult budget to council. It's not what any of the members of the committee would have liked to have brought to this council. It is only a part of it for lots of different reasons, the main one being the increase in the cost of living. We all want new homes for our tenants, but we want homes of quality, and it doesn't necessarily mean buying them, especially in a time when the cost of building is increasing so tremendously. We have a new build area in Buchanan, fabulous area. The unit cost of a build there was 180k. A similar one in the south of the city is predicted to cost nearly £400 a unit at today's prices. That is extortionate. That is not the prices we should be paying. We should be paying a value price for a value property. So perhaps it's an idea to just tread water for a bit. Keep it in mind that we want homes, because we all want them, and look at getting some of the 1,300 voids that are still out there up to standard and re-let. That is a lot of properties, and a number of properties that will make a difference for tenants in our city that can be done for a lot less money. And in this current climate, it will enable us to increase our housing stock more quickly. I would love to say that the current government might do something for us. I would love them to repeal the right to buy. One of the things that's decimating our housing stock by tenants being able to purchase the cherries in our orchard. It's just not right that that is still there. Disrepair claims are appalling. We cannot control them coming in, even though they know that tenants are only having mould, damp and mildew because they can't afford to heat their properties. That is doubly appalling. We need to make sure they get the help and support they can to keep their homes warm, and we need to deal with their money in a responsible way by giving them the homes they need and the quality they need, and doing it as soon as we can, sustainably do so. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Sorry. And now can I call on Councillor Sophie Thornton to second this motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the officers who've worked really hard in putting this housing revenue account together in challenging circumstances. We all hear from council tenants who've been struggling to get repairs, like Low Edge's Sally, who had toilet water leaking into her kitchen for 2.5 years. We desperately need to improve our repairs service and plan maintenance to make sure they get it right first time. And we all hear from young people who are in a private rented sector that's struggling to save to buy their first homes with often extortionate rent costs but a lack of affordable alternatives for places to live. Councillor Fox, you talk about the drive, ambition and vision that we need. So why, since 2019, are we over 2,000 homes, affordable homes behind need? Why do we have 1,300 empty council homes laying empty in disrepair? The need for affordable housing is clear, yet subsequent Labour-led councils have left us woefully behind need. You talk about missed opportunities. Think of all of the affordable homes you could have been delivering. There's your missed opportunity. That is 1,300 empty council homes that people could have been paying affordable rent in, could have been paying council tax on, and most importantly, living and thriving in. That, alongside other proposals in our amendment, that all could be money reinvested and to help us provide the homes that people need, the repairs service that this council tenants deserve, that we can give young people more choice instead of having to rely on expensive homes to rent, that undercut their ability to buy the first home they want, and to support our safe, warm homes for vulnerable and homeless people. Surely that is a more prudent and sustainable option than Labour's amendment suggesting to borrow at a time of high and unstable inflation. Let's not arbitrarily increase our building targets at the expense of the world that we're living in right now, and make sure that we build homes that actually at high standards, at high energy standards, and so that they're not going to be undercutting standards for the sake of a high target, so that we can make sure that they are affordable for people to actually live in. Please support this amendment and let's get the homes that people in Sheffield actually need. Thank you.
We're now going to move to the debate on this issue. If I can have indications from people who would like to speak. No, the entire council cannot speak, I'm afraid. Can I call on, where am I here? Ben Curran, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't know how Councillor Thornton thinks we can build the houses that Sheffield people need by cutting the target that we're seeking to build. One of the massive challenges that we face at the moment is to do with the housing repair service. There's absolutely no secret to that. But the issues that were caused by the pandemic should be behind us by now. There's too many tenants waiting for repairs, and then as revealed by Councillor Thornton's questions earlier today, but what strikes me as odd is we're spending the same amount on council housing repairs as Leeds. They have about 15,000 council homes more than us. We really need to get on top of it. And that way, bringing that bill down is how you could fund the borrowing to build the 3,100 council homes that Labour has set as a target. That's how you can build it. That's how we can do it. But whilst the Green leadership of this housing committee is failing to tackle housing repairs, Labour locally are coming up with new solutions. My colleague Tom Hunt convened officers and tenants on Edward Street flats to pioneer a new approach. Rather than constantly treating repairs as a one-off, he's bringing tenants and officers together to co-design a programme that will tackle not just the initial repairs but the underlying root causes of it, giving a much better service and a much cheaper one for us. Another major challenge that I find with this budget is the lack of values. So the Green-led committee has failed to bring forward any concrete proposals for solar panels on houses, despite the fact that Councillor Johnson, who's the chair of the committee, has personally asked for council houses to have solar panels on year after year after year. It's one thing in opposition, it's nothing in power. And this housing committee not just failed on that, they failed to bring forward proposals to bring the council housing stock down to net zero. This is something that councillors on the committee have asked. It's been on the long list on the work programme, but never been brought forward. When I asked about it at our last meeting, Councillor Johnson rather rudely pretended he wasn't listening, before saying that he wouldn't bring it to our last meeting in March. And so what it means, again, the Greens promised one thing in power, in opposition, failed to deliver in power, a complete lost year of climate action under the Green Party. What is the point of the Green Party if they can't deliver on climate change?
I have Councillor Otten.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the speeches we've had so far. I'm actually finding a lot to agree with, despite some of the back and forth. I was expecting from Labour a far more meaty amendment, I've got to say, which said we're going to borrow X hundreds of millions extra to build these extra houses. And that would have caused an issue, because that would have put a burden of debt servicing on the HRA, which would have left it less able to get on top of the repair issue in future. Now, I welcome the conversion on the other side of the chamber to the issue of council house repairs. It's something that we've been banging the drum on for many years. Ever since the insourcing, the service has not been right. It's been falling behind. It's kind of getting and moving in the right direction now. But it is a shame on the city that we've got in the position we have. We have so many voids, as has been said. But instead, what we have is a Labour amendment which just says some nice things which we're largely going to agree with, but actually our amendment goes into more detail. You talk about different ways of finding new and different ways of delivering the houses, and in our amendment we give some examples. So I hope we'll be supporting yours. I hope you'll be supporting ours. The one clause I can't support is N, which says that some future Labour government will ride to our rescue and we should bank that now and start spending the money. Well, A, you shouldn't take the people the voting people of the country for granted. You know, the polls are looking good for you guys now, but don't take them for granted. It's a bad strategy. And B, even if we have a Labour government, maybe they won't come to our rescue. Maybe they'll be just like all the others.
Right, thank you everybody. Gosh, election fever already. Right, can I call on Councillor Martin Phipps to speak next?
Thank you. I just want to kind of address some of the hypocrisy around how we're treating committees. And this does kind of for one, some of the content of the motion around committees that we've put in, welcoming them. But no committee has a majority. I think people seem to be forgetting this. We're under no overall control. We all work together cross-party. That's the intent. So when we're saying things like, the Greens have done this, that's their committee, that's not true. We all have a stake in that committee, and we should all be working together for the best of Sheffield. So if you wanted something pushing on that committee, you should be pushing it.
Everybody. Right, the next speaker is Councillor Tom Hunt. Please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think in many ways we've heard a few people refer to it already, but I wanted to talk about the example that is going on at Edward Street Flats, which some of you will know is housing in Walkley Ward, just on the edge of the city centre, where many of the residents, soon after I got elected last year, contacted me about issues to do with broken windows, to do with a damp and mould, to do with all sorts of a range of issues to do with the fabric of the estate. What we've tried to do there, in conjunction with the Tenants and Residents Association, who I pay tribute to, is try to get the urgent repairs fixed, but also to take a step back and say there are common problems here that we are seeing in a number of different flats across the complex. So we need to tackle the problems at root cause. And what we've done is we invited, with the Tenants and Residents Association, the Director of Housing, the Executive Director and the Director of Direct Services to come down, look at it for themselves, and then they sat down with the Tenants and Residents Association, and over the last couple of months before Christmas, we have co-designed a programme of work, a schedule of work that will treat the root causes of these issues. And we're now hopefully going to get the investment through today in the business plan to tackle that over the next few years. Residents know exactly where money is being wasted, and it's being wasted in repeat visits back and forth to come and do guttering or to replace a broken window. So what we're proposing now is to do top to bottom repairs, starting with the roofs, starting with the gutters, the soffits, the windows, then move on to the walkways so that it's done once and it's done right, and then in time, yes, it might take a little bit more time to get it done in the first place, but it will prevent repeat visits and residents having to put up with repairs that should be sorted. So this is an approach that I think we can pilot here, and then it should be rolled out across the rest of the city.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Mohammed.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, it's an interesting debate around housing. I recall Councillor Sophie Thornton, who was just Sophie Thornton, coming to council meetings and trying to raise the concerns of people that she referred to in her speech and being described as akin to Donald Trump and scaremongering. Lord Mayor, I wished that the Labour councillor in charge at the time had taken these issues more seriously. Maybe the tenants would not have suffered and the housing revenue account would have not been under pressure as much. Second point I want to raise is that Councillor Curran talked about the failure of Councillor Johnson to actually do the solar panels, but Councillor Curran's a member of that committee. I don't know if Councillor Johnson can comment on how many times Councillor Curran has actually turned up to that committee, The public record shows something interesting, and has he actually ever asked you that question, as opposed to today? Because if he has, then he's got every right to hold you to account. But if he's barely turned up to the meetings, and he's not asked you, then I'm not sure how he can ask. So that's the question. So let's move on to the target. Already your failure to deliver affordable housing has been highlighted, but what we're about to spend is that a point of order? Oh no, okay. We're about to spend 300 and odd million pounds already on what the Labour amendment is asking for potentially is another 200 million. So at the moment, we are set to spend about 150,000 per unit. If we go for the 790 extra that Councillor Fox, in his fire and fury recently the press has demanded, then that takes another 204 million. And Councillor Lodge actually raised this concern that that's going to cost 258 million per unit extra on top. 258,000, sorry. 1,000 per unit. 200,000 and 10 million. If that's what you're comfortable with, given that we're about to come to the end of the student games debt fiasco, by all means, you know, add to the debt of future generations, by all means.
Right, I think we all have long memories of all sorts of things. I would certainly like to ask Councillor Rooney to consider his health at this moment. And I'm going to call on, and I'm going to call on Nabila to speak next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is no secret that one of the biggest crises facing this country is housing, and it is certainly no secret that Sheffield also has a housing problem. We've heard across the chamber of the thousands of people waiting for repairs and the thousands of them waiting to be rehoused. But like any issue, housing issues aren't something that exist in a vacuum. They impact our health, our finances, our ability to get on with our lives. Children who are kept up all night coughing don't tend to get to school in the morning. Lord Mayor, I'm sure we can all agree that we don't want to hear of residents suffering. Right now in Park and Arbourthorne, we have a family of 7 with a baby on the way who live in a 2-bedroom house. Another family with mould covering their children's bedroom wall, so the parents take turns sleeping on the sofa. And a single mother with holes in her living room who has watched her son get more and more ill from the cold and the draft. Now isn't the time to drop our commitments to building 3,100 council homes. Every house we don't build is a family we are failing and a generation we are leaving behind. We need to be ambitious and deliver more than 3,000 truly affordable, good quality eco-houses. We know that housing is a right, not a privilege, but we also know that rights are not always given. Sometimes they are fought for and won. Now, this government might be willing to ignore the housing needs of Sheffield residents, but as a council, we have a duty to residents to stand up for them, to fight for them, and to do everything we can to be in their corner. And I really hope colleagues across the chamber will support Labour's amendment. Thank you.
The only person who's kept to time so far. I knew I'd upset Joe somehow. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking in support of our amendment to the HRA. Many times my colleagues and I have highlighted the scale of issues with the Council's housing repair service, which are affecting thousands of people across Sheffield. Just this past week, I was contacted by a vulnerable resident who has waited more than 6 months for damp and mould issues to be resolved in their home. Since the repair service was brought back in-house by a previous Labour administration, there are now more than 1,300 council properties that are vacant, dwarfing the 455 affordable homes that have been built between 2019 and 2022. It's regrettable that with construction material inflation currently exceeding more than 50% in some cases, that fewer homes are able to be built with the fixed funds that we have available within the HRA. And if we are to meet the target that Labour wants, we'd have to service an extra debt of £10 million. However, Lord Mayor, what is the point of building more desperately needed homes in the city if the council lets them go to rack and ruin? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, Nabila, he kept time even better than you, I know. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to tackle two dragons and slay them right now. When council repairs came in-house, yes, they were not great, but this farce, this fallacy that council repairs were great before they were insourced, is utter nonsense. As a councillor that's served over those periods from the transition from outsourced to insourced, I can say that I hear the same kind of reports now when they're insourced as they were when they were outsourced. The simple fact of the matter is, council repairs have not gotten as good or better as we want to. So for anybody perpetuating the myth that they were better before they were insourced, I'm sorry, you're wrong. They're just as bad, and that's not good enough, and we need to get that sorted. The other myth, Councillor Thornton, that you're shrugging your shoulders at, is that quality and quantity cannot be matched together. They are diametrically opposed. They are not. We cannot afford to build lots of really poor quality houses. You're right. But there's no reason we shouldn't have the ambition to build lots of really good quality houses. Get on board the ambition train. Get on board that train and stop trying to talk down the numbers as though that precludes good quality housing. It simply doesn't. It doesn't. And we've actually heard here about the ongoing proposals on Edward Street. One of the things that we do need to be mindful of, yes, we should turn over those houses more frequently. We don't want vacants. However, if we turn them over too frequently, will we get a chance to address the issues within those houses? We need more housing so that people can move to better houses, and it will allow us to then get into the root and branch issues we face with much of our older stock. Get on board, support our motion. It gives us more opportunity to improve everything for the city and our tenants. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Levery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, it's strange, isn't it, the sort of memories we have of how this council's operated in terms of repair and maintenance. Let's just take a few examples. The R&M service was insourced 5 years ago with a workforce who used to be on heavily bonused employees' terms and conditions, retained terms and conditions for another 4 years on basic pay, totally demotivated the workforce. That had a major impact on what went on. Finally sorted out at the beginning of this financial year. Their terms and conditions are now where they should be. That's the first point. Second point is voids and the repair and maintenance service. Repair and maintenance service has had a 25% increase in spending this year over and above its budget. It's had a huge increase in spending on voids. The voids percentage at 3.5% has not changed all year. It has not come down. The target is 1.5%. What's in the HRA target this year? 2.5%. So in other words, we're going to make a target easier to achieve, not try and get it down to 1.5% where we need to be, which is a target for the following year. So we're not making enough progress on this. It means there's loss of council tax income, that means there's loss of rental income, and it means that the amount of money that goes into capital has drastically reduced. We have to get this turned round. And it's no good saying that it's all been about this year. It's not. It's been about the last 5 years and what's been going on. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
No, because I'm going to give 2 minutes to the councillor sitting next to you, Brian Lodge.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Where do you start on things here? It's interesting listening to things. A couple of quick points. Bringing voids back into habitable use is not an increase. That's not an increase in stock. That's just bringing and making the best use of what we've got. Councillor Mohammed makes reference to in the Strategy and Resources Committee when I questioned and I said £250,000. Putting it in context, I was questioning £250,000 for a new unit. I wasn't sort of suggesting that that was what we should be spending. I was saying how on earth can it be for 800 new homes we're talking £250,000 per unit? It would be cheaper to go out and buy existing properties that are out there. He also made reference about asking questions at a committee, and Councillor Thornton, who sits on that committee, comes along with 19 questions. Instead of asking them at the committee, waits to do it in front of full council. So let's look at where we are with things. The Lib Dem amendment notes the unfortunate reduction in stock increase programme. It believes increasing housing stock is crucial, and it welcomes positive engagement with TARAs. That's what our amendment says. That's what our amendment says. Get involved, talk to the TARAs, get them engaged and dealing with things. Let's not forget, Councillor Levery, you weren't on the council at the time. Councillor Thornton, you weren't on the time. In fact, very few of the councillors in this room were in the council at the time when the Lib Dems went for wholesale stock transfer. So let's not forget that. We know you're not interested in council housing. We know you have no aspirations for it. In February 2022, there was a unanimous decision of this council to go for 3,100 new council homes by 2029. But you've spun on that, haven't you? You've all spun on that, and you now want to do 800 less. Well, we're quite proud of that we want to bring the extra homes in. We're quite proud of the point that the starting point is the 3,100 homes, not reducing it down. You've no ambition, you've no aspiration, and you've no vision.
Thank you, everybody. That's everybody who had indicated to speak has now spoken. So, no, that's true, but I'm not calling you to speak because you're not well and I've been instructed not to call you. Oh, well. Right, so can I call on Councillor Johnson to reply to the entire debate?
Thank you. Well, I'm glad we came to the end of this. But there's been some useful stuff there, and of course, a surprising degree of consensus, because I noticed that no one's brought forward a proposal on how to finance the missing £200 million to keep the stock increase programme where we all want it to be. I'm just going to repeat that. I was quite surprised. I didn't see anything in the Labour amendment to actually make any inroads at all into the situation that they're making quite a noise about. But actually, there's a serious point to that because it does reflect the consensus within the Housing Policy Committee. And but actually, personally, I just want to thank the people who have been involved in that, because when we're outside this room and getting on with the work of the committee and in the briefings, the feedback we get from all three party groups is constructive. And it's the side that the public doesn't often see of councillors actually talking to each other quite sensibly. There are some people in here I quite like, actually, and can work with. But on the stock increase programme, I said, yeah, the reality is we've had to push that back. People might have noticed that inflation's a bit of a thing in the country at the moment. Someone mentioned Bristol Council, and Bristol's stock increase programme has actually been reduced because of the inflation. It's been reduced from 2,000 to 1,700 homes in there, I think. So it's more broadly in line with the reduction that we're having to deal with in Sheffield. And of course, I'm sure in Bristol no one wants to build less council housing, but like us, we have to. So Ben talked about solar panels. There's a number of solar panels as in the written questions. You probably skipped over those. Your colleague asked the question. It's not enough solar panels, but there are some being put on council housing. And then finally, of course, one point that Councillor Mullen made a really important point about health and housing. It's a really important link, and there is more emphasis being put on that now. Really important point there. But finally, just to wrap up, I just want to say, someone said that there's only 9 people on the Housing Committee working on this. And yes, that's true. But of course, because it's cross-party and because we've been able to get this in the bag before coming here today, and because we have got a broad degree of consensus, it does make it look... It's coming there, yeah, it ought not to be deep red, but I'll finish off the sentence then. And it's just the point that the 9 people on the committee, I said thanks to them already, but actually it possibly is more effective than all the power being concentrated in the previous one cabinet member. So thank you very much. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. I'm now going to move to the vote on Amendment A, which was moved by Councillor Fran Belbin, which will be conducted using the electronic voting system unless we have unanimous support for the amendment. Is Amendment A agreed? I will take silence as the affirmation of the meeting. If any member wishes to dissent, please raise your hand, Councillor Otten.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I said, we do wish to vote against Clause N, so we'll be voting for the rest of it, but if that means we all have to press the for button, we're happy to do so.
Right, thank you.
Lord Mayor, and the same with me, please, in voting for, abstaining on N and against Q, but voting for the rest.
You're fine. Okay. Yes, this old lady here has already forgotten what we have to do. Okay. You are going to get 1 minute to vote and need to use the console at your allocated seat. Please do not press the microphone button, as this will activate the webcasting system. And direct the camera to and the audio feed from your console. You only need to use the screen on the console to vote. There are 2 steps to the voting process. Step 1, please press the blue person icon on your screen or on the side of your screen. And this is, oh God, we're not going to have that one, are we? We're not on the Goon Show now, for those who remember that joke. Please, then once you've registered to vote, there'll be 3 voting options. There's green or plus to indicate for the motion, red or a minus to indicate against the motion, and yellow or an X to indicate an abstention. So to select your vote, press the appropriate button in the traffic light on the screen. Your selected button will then remain illuminated and the other 2 options will turn to grey, and this completes the voting process. But, Councillor Price, should you press the wrong button by mistake or change your mind, your vote can be overridden by pressing the correct grey button on the screen. This corrective action has to be undertaken prior to the end of the 1 minute voting period.
Can you just repeat that, Lord Mayor?
This time I will read it in Welsh.
Just before you do, this is not the vote that we're on.
So
this. So we're going to vote.
So we're now voting for or against Amendment 1, which was, right, press your green person and then Amendment A, for or against. Have I done that right?
Don't know, you press your blue.
Press my blue, yeah.
There you go, now you do it. Now you've already pressed the console on your screen.
Oh, that one. Oh.
That's it, you've done it.
Right, thank you. Do you know, this is ridiculous why it feels new every time. Okay.
So I reckon there's 74 members in the room at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at another 4 that we're missing.
It says 72.
It's not catching up there yet.
Is it?
It's because the one's not registered on the screen yet. So someone's registered but they haven't voted.
Okay, 1 more person to vote. You have 20 seconds, or I'm just going to disenfranchise you. Okay, so...
I think they've logged that they're here. So somebody who's logged that they're here.
Okay, I think that's very clear, isn't it? Okay, so for Amendment A, 71, Against Amendment A, none. No abstentions and 1 query. So Amendment A has been passed. So we now move on to Amendment, whoops, how do I change all that back to me? Oh, it's on. Okay. So now we're on Amendment B, which is the amendment which was moved by Councillor Penny Baker, which will be conducted using the electronic voting system unless we have unanimous support for the amendment.
Dissent, Lord Mayor.
I will take silence as the affirmation, but if you have dissent... Okay, so we're now going to vote on Amendment B. Can you all please press your blue person?
Lord Mayor, can we vote in parts?
Oh, in parts, yes.
Yeah, in voting for, we're voting against Part D.
Yeah.
Lord Mayor, in parts for myself as...
Oh, it's him there. Sorry, I
In-
was thinking it was Joe. I apologise.
It's okay, Lord Mayor. In voting for, I'll be against D. Thank you.
Okay, so that's 2 against D, yeah? So...
Push your blue icon.
And I'm...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this looks like it's
Very close, isn't it? Ooh.
That'll be pass half of the other.
Are they in contradiction? No, it's 72. It says 72, the same as it did last time.
I still think there's still people missing. Anyway.
Well, if they're missing, they're missing, yeah.
This one right there, because the Greens have voted for against D as it's Labour, so this is going to be carried in part. It's going to be carried. Paragraph D is going to be lost.
Okay. So, okay, I'm going to conclude that vote. The amendment is passed, except that paragraph D is lost. Okay? So we now move to the substantive motion, which will be again conducted using the electronic voting system, unless we have unanimous support for the motion.
Lord Mayor, again, we need to vote against the Labour N.
Labour N?
Yes,
Thank you.
the N from the Labour amendment, which promises that the Labour government will come to our rescue. We're voting against that still.
Lord Mayor, I'll be voting, as I did with the amendments too, but voting for.
Okay. So in that case, can you move to a vote, please? Press your blue person and then press whether you're for or against the substantive motion. See, I've only got 69 here now. I didn't see anybody leave, did I? Oh, 73. Yeah. Right, this is very exciting. There are now 73 people in the room and 73 have voted, as opposed to the 72 a minute ago and the 70 2 minutes before that. Yep, they walk among us. In which case, I will declare that the substantive motion has been carried unanimously. Thank you all very much for that one. Yes, Shafak?
Given the time and given the debate or the questions that happened, if we stick to the five-thirty guillotine, then the only motion that's going to be discussed today will be the next one on heritage. And given that you made a promise to Councillor McCann and Gail Smith that they were to sit down and they would have their chance to speak, potentially. I propose that we extend full council by half an hour. Sure, Councillor Otter will second that.
In order to try to short-circuit this somewhat, can I ask the Green Whip and indeed the Labour Whip and the Conservative Whip what their proposal is on, what their sense is from their group? Sorry, do you need to go out and have a discussion? Oh, right. So your discussion, your proposal is?
I don't think we had a specific proposal to extend the meeting.
Okay.
No.
And you're opposing?
Lord Mayor, we would not vote to extend the meeting.
Okay. And Councillor Chinchin? I'm happy to put that to the vote. Does No, it doesn't. Okay, this will indicate a show of hands if you accept the proposal that we extend the meeting by half an hour. Those in favour of the motion, please show. And those against? Okay, that is lost.
Can I have another point of order then, Lord Mayor?
You can make another procedural motion, I believe.
Can I propose a change of order of the motions, and we bring up Councillor Crossland's motion now to allow that debate to happen within the time that Council is now allocated?
Okay, again, can I ask what the... Excuse me, whips? There is a proposal to change the order of the motions to be discussed with the motion from Councillor Crossland taken up the agenda to be first.
Lord Mayor, this is the Labour motion that comes first on the agenda. We lost out in the the cycle. We've had a motion less than other parties. We would not be in favour of moving Councillor Crossland's item up the agenda.
Okay.
Sorry, no.
I am willing to put this to the vote. Yeah? Okay, Lewis.
No, I think this is a very important item of business that requires debate. I'd support the proposal from Councillor Mohammed.
Right. I believe that's called running with the hares and the hounds. Do you want to put it to a vote? Okay, I'll put to a vote that we change the order of the agenda such that the motion from Councillor Crossland comes first on the next part of the agenda. Those in favour, please show. And those against? And those abstaining? Okay. Right, I'm sorry. Okay, let's move forward on the heritage strategy. Maximum time limit of 25 minutes on this item, and I'm going to call Councillor Janet Ridler to move this motion. You can speak for up to 3 minutes, Councillor Ridler.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As some of you will be aware, I've worked and volunteered in Sheffield's heritage sector for many years, and so it is with great pleasure that I bring this motion to Council today.
The Sheffield Heritage Strategy is unique in being a community-led strategy. It was devised and driven forward by Joined Up Heritage Sheffield, a grassroots, non-political body comprising individuals and organisations across our city who share the desire to protect and promote Sheffield's heritage. And I wish to place on record my appreciation to everyone concerned for their work in bringing us to this point. The aim of a heritage strategy is to protect and enhance a city's heritage and to invigorate interest and development. In this context, heritage means not just the built and natural historic environment, but also customs and traditions, skills, memories, stories and language, and is inclusive to all people and cultures in Sheffield. Having a heritage strategy is as much about the present and the future as it is about the past. The heritage sector is an important source of economic prosperity and growth, supporting over 500,000 jobs nationally. And locally, we see the impact of heritage as a means to stimulate investment in the huge success of the Kelham Island development and the redevelopment of the city centre and the former site of Sheffield Castle. The heritage strategy is a framework for cooperation. As the Council's Heritage Champion, I sit on the Sheffield Heritage Partnership Board, which will drive forward the implementation of the strategy. And I welcome the proposed partnership between the board and the Strategy and Resources Policy Committee, which will co-develop a programme of actions and drive forward the implementation of the heritage strategy. I call upon all members to support this motion. Our heritage is something which matters to all our communities and should cut across party politics. In Sheffield, we often undersell ourselves when it comes to our unique heritage and what makes us special. The heritage strategy gives us the opportunity to showcase our heritage and to celebrate what makes us different, and will allow us to champion our city's heritage and celebrate the past whilst looking towards the future. I urge all members to support this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Brilliant. We've got to take some pictures of you.
Thank you, Councillor Ridler, and I believe it's now Councillor Hunt again.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Let me also thank Joined Up Heritage Sheffield for their work to develop a heritage strategy for Sheffield, and let me pay tribute to Councillor Ridler for her work as the city's heritage champion. By adopting the strategy, we'll make an important commitment to protect, celebrate and champion our city's heritage. Our heritage is in our music, languages, our proud record of standing up for our rights, and as a city of sanctuary. In our rivers, parks, our traditions of walking, climbing, our industrial heritage, of building social housing, and more. It is living, breathing, diverse and inclusive. Adopting a heritage strategy isn't about a nostalgic view that everything was better in the past, but by understanding our past, we can shape our future. So this is about looking forward, and by doing so, we can realise the economic benefits that Councillor Ridler has outlined. We can grow our visitor economy. We can create jobs and attract investments by retrofitting and breathing new life into 20th century buildings and industrial buildings, and we can train people so they have conservation skills to enhance our natural habitats. But this isn't just about the economic benefits. A heritage strategy is an important part of telling a collective story about who we are, about recognising and valuing the contribution of those who come before us. It needs to be a story that celebrates everyone and recognises the role of Black, Asian and minoritised ethnic communities in Sheffield's culture and history. Yes, it's about the businesses that created wealth, but it's also about the people who worked in them. Yes, it's about celebrating our churches, but it's also about the communities that worshipped in back rooms of houses and in disused workshops. Yes, it's about our fine parks, but it's also about the people who fought to gain the right to access our countryside and to clean up our rivers. This is who Sheffield is. A city of makers, creators, innovators and reformers, a city with a heritage to be proud of and whose better days are ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. There are two proposed amendments, which are numbers 1 and 2 on the list of amendments circulated at the meeting. So can I call on Councillor Barbara Masters to move amendment number 1? And you can speak for up to 2 minutes, Barbara.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Liberal Democrats welcome the notice of motion and are happy to support it as far as it goes. Sheffield is uniquely rich in its physical environment and the breadth of its heritage. We rightly take pride in and celebrate and promote our cultural and social heritage, and we welcome the work done on this. It's time we also celebrate and promote our heritage trades, landscapes and buildings in the same way. There was no mention of joined-up heritage in the motion, so I'm really pleased that it was actually mentioned in the speeches, because the motion is clearly based on its heritage strategy for Sheffield. For those who don't know, I quote, "It works to promote better understanding, encourage a strategic approach, and develop a better resourced and better connected presentation of heritage." If we are to accept this, then we need to ensure the strategy will protect the heritage buildings in our ownership and strengthen the protection of others through local listing. We hope the neglect and indifference to our built heritage belongs to the past. But if we won't acknowledge the mistakes of previous administrations and learn from them, then more of our heritage buildings and the heritage skills they can support will be at risk. Graves Building, a report commissioned but never released. Rose Garden Cafe, neglected to the point of collapse. Castlegate, stalled, and the privately owned Old Town Hall alongside allowed to rot. Burley Spa Bath House, hand-wringing but nothing done. We want to ensure they are no longer being only thought of as a financial burden, but are part of the strategy to improve our economy as we come out of the pandemic. The motion as it stands risks becoming a list of good intentions in respect of our built environment. It would dilute joined-up heritage's strategy to, and I quote again, act as a voice for the economic value of heritage and can be used to show funders that Sheffield is the right investment. We agree with this, which is why we trust our amendment will also be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And now I'll call on Ian Auckland to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. An observation I make after many years in the Chamber is that when it comes to strategies, we often mistake activity for achievement. I've heard Cllr Ridler speak very enthusiastically, and I note her experience on both sides of the divide, so to speak, in the heritage business in Sheffield, and I wish her success. But in the Labour notice of motion, it says that it notes that the city's heritage does not belong to the City Council, but to the people of Sheffield. I strongly agree with that, but I also feel strongly that there is a local dimension to all of this, on which I've spoken previously, and that the local area committees have a very important role to play in driving forward the heritage strategy. I'm much in favour of local listings, local strategies where we harness the knowledge of local people to identify assets of real value, local action to bring people in. The Friends of Grace Park have succeeded in getting a rather large heritage lottery grant to investigate the history of the park, which is really quite ancient, going back to Norman times for sure. So these are the things that we need to do to actually make real practical differences on the ground in our localities. I observe again, Lord Mayor, that with greater local input, I don't believe that the Rose Garden Cafe in Graves Park would be falling down. We would never have got to that situation. A lesson learned over the years, which I hope the rest of my colleagues on the council will take on board as this strategy is driven forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I thought you were going to say Cobner Cottage then. Right. Can I call on Councillor Brian Holmeshaw to move Amendment 2? And you may speak for up to 2 minutes, Brian.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sheffield needs its heritage for the ordinary people of Sheffield, for its social, its economic and its environmental impact, for retrofitting and reuse of historic buildings. It's good for the city and it makes people feel good about their environment. Our city's heritage policy and practice should be cross-party and established by consensus. As someone who's been involved in heritage for the last 25 years, my door is always open to any councillor to come forward and discuss heritage and how we can work across between parties on the subject. But cross-party does not mean we let inaccuracies go by. So I cannot agree with B in the main motion that the council has been involved in driving the heritage strategy forward since its early creation. Joined Up Heritage Sheffield was found because the council weren't listening and hadn't for many years. It's grassroots campaigning from Joined Up Heritage Sheffield and the dozens of heritage organisations that they represent that's made all the difference. Not any actions of the council, who frankly should have been working with heritage already. Joined Up Heritage must be extremely proud of what they've done and finally got the council to listen. On Heritage Open Days, we need to be accurate in what we claim. And the removal of G on Heritage Open Days from the main motion is because it's not true. Norfolk, Norwich, and also London are bigger as heritage festivals. So it's not the biggest heritage festival in the country, but we can say that it's one of the biggest instead. And that's what Heritage Open Days Sheffield themselves say in their 2022 brochure. There is evidence of underfunding in the city. The city has been missing out on funding for years due to a backwards view of heritage. Statistics show that in South East Sheffield, the area is chronically underfunded by the Heritage Lottery Fund. We could be supporting Burley Spa and others there. So and why not? Why not support the Old Town Hall, the Salvation Army City Hall and others in the city centre? I commend this heritage amendment to the councillors here, and I hope you will vote for it. Thank you.
It's not the biggest, but obviously the best. I think we can all agree on that. Councillor Angela Argencio, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thanks, Lord Mayor, and thanks Councillor Ridler and Hunt for bringing this motion to full council finally. I will give a slightly different perspective on heritage, that of someone who grew up in a country where you cannot take a step outside without walking into history. You cannot turn a stone without finding something that is old and keep, that needs preserving. Don Ruskin said, we require from building 2 kinds of goodness. First, the doing their practical duty well, then they be graceful and pleasing in doing it. Heritage, beautiful building, art, artifact, the appreciation of beauty is an integral part of what makes us human. But heritage, as Councillor Hunt said, is not just tangible assets, things we can see and touch. Heritage is culture, and how we promote and champion our rich and diverse cultures in Sheffield is paramount to how we flourish as a city and how we evolve, preserving the past by looking at the future. As some of you may know, music has always been a huge part of my life, and Sheffield has such a wonderful musical history. So I want to highlight 2 musical heritage assets that are important for the musical heritage of the city. They are so important, and their future is in the balance. First up is the organ at City Hall, which belongs to the council. It was built by Henry Willis and Son and cost £12,650 and is now the only remaining example in the world still unaltered from the original construction. Its original 1935 hairline, wiring and relays, state-of-the-art at the time, are still intact. It is now valued at more than £1 million. The reason why the organ is untouched is because the council has never done anything about it. So there is a fine point, but it has not been properly maintained in their condition and now requires urgent investment. The second example I want to give to you is Red Tape Studios, where so many amazing artists went through in their musical journey, and the rumours circulating at the moment about its long-term future. We cannot afford to lose these heritage assets. We must do all in our power to preserve and champion them to ensure they are still here for the future generation to use and enjoy. We need to do this cross-party, working together, because heritage is about all of us.
Right, as you can see, we are over time now.
Lord Mayor?
Who's that? Yes.
If I may, Councillor Argenti just mentioned then about Red Tape Studios and the rumours that are going. I think it would be helpful if members of the public looking here and the press and things, if it was put to bed that is an ill-founded rumour and it's not happening, because it's dangerous, I think, sometimes if those things get raised in here. I think it would be helpful if we just reassure members of the public that's not happening.
Very glad to do that. Is it Councillor Smith who's going to reassure us?
Yeah, that relates to work in my committee. I had an urgent briefing on that from officers, and I've spoken to Cllr Miskell earlier today, and we'll be arranging a briefing for certain councillors in my committee. I understand it goes across more than one. I'm happy to take discussion and input on that, but I'll resolve that. Thank you.
And is that going to be a reassuring seminar?
It'll be a briefing. Personally, I'm reassured, but that's for other people to make their own minds up. Thank you.
Right, I'm now going to move to vote on the two amendments. So the first amendment was number 1, moved by Councillor Barbara Masters, which will be conducted using the electronic voting unless it's agreed by everybody. I'm going to take silence as affirmation. If anyone, are you? No, I'm just, okay, 2 minutes.
I'll be very brief, Lord Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to just refer to 1 or 2 points that were made. Councillor Masters mentioned the Old Town Hall. I would remind everybody that that is and always has been in private ownership, at least since it passed from the court services. It's not a council-owned building. It's not one that we've ever had responsibility for, although I know a lot of work's been done to try and move that forward. It's privately owned. In terms of Heritage Open Days, well, it's my privilege as a volunteer member of Sheffield Civic Trust to actually coordinate the festival in Sheffield, so I'm fully aware of what we put in our brochure, which went to print in June 2022 about the success of the festival. I can say that actually, because there were 2 more months for registrations, we did end up with around about 200 separate events, so I think that that does claim us to be the most successful one. Certainly I wouldn't compare us with Norfolk, which the last time I looked was a county rather than a city. If I could just refer to note 1, calling upon a group to look at possibilities for providing financial support for the work of Sheffield Heritage Open Days. That is actually in place and has been for several years. We're very grateful to Sheffield City Council. Their financial support means that it's possible for us to produce the brochure that is circulated free across the city. So I would just want that to be noted, the fact that that support is actually still in place. And finally, regarding the Henry Willis organ, well, my great uncle worked for Henry Willis. I have a particular interest in those organs, and I have met already with Councillor Argencio to discuss this. I'm more than happy to revisit that in the near future. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
let's try this again.
Right, can I just raise a point of order, Lord Mayor?
Oh,
It's a very brief one.
go on.
Right, I mean, I actually said Castlegate stalled at the privately owned Old Town Hall alongside. I did make it clear, thank you.
Right. Okay, I'm now going to move to the vote on amendment number 1, as moved by Councillor Barbara Masters, which will be conducted using the electronic voting equipment. If any member wishes to dissent, please raise your hand.
Can we vote in parts, Lord Mayor?
Right, hang on, give Paul a chance to... Okay.
In voting for, we are voting against 1, L, M and N.
Yeah. Voting in parts? Lewis? All right. Okay, your blue person is there. Please vote. Whoa. Well, I can declare that is unanimous, even as the numbers go up all the time. Okay. Oh, I don't know.
I think we've now got 70 members in the room.
Okay. We have 70 members in the room, 70 people have voted, and 70 people have voted for the amendment. I know, you've obviously driven them out, Mick. Right, we now have Amendment 2, moved by Councillor Brian Holmeshaw, using the voting equipment, the electronic voting equipment. Do I have any dissent?
Lord Mayor?
Oh.
Yes, we have a voting part, sorry. Yes, I guess we'll press the abstain button because we're going to be against part 1 for J, K, P and Q and abstaining on L, M, N, O and R. So we're against part 1, which is just deleting clauses. We don't want to delete. So for J, K, P and Q and abstaining on the other clauses. So we'll press the abstain button.
Okay, sorry, Labour Whip.
I can wait patiently. Right. In voting in parts, please, Lord Mayor. In voting against, we are voting for 2, J, L, M, N, O, P, Q and R.
And can you say that one more time, please?
Voting for all of it.
In voting against.
Voting against, voting for all of it.
So that's the,
please.
Sorry.
So voting against, that's the red button. We are voting for 2, J, L, M, N, O, P, Q and R.
That makes sense?
It does.
In voting for.
Greens? Okay. And Lewis?
Voting against red.
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll cut to the chase.
Red.
Red.
So when we're voting against K, the Dems and Greens have voted for K, so that means it's carried. So the whole of this amendment, except for that, is going to be carried. So all those last ones carried.
Okay.
And we should have 70 members.
I've got 69. Oh, everybody has now voted. Okay, so that amendment is lost. 12 for, 33 against, 24 abstentions.
It's carried in part.
But it's carried in part. Part 1 is lost and part 2 is carried. Don't ask me either. Right, okay. So we move to the substantive on this.
Lord Mayor?
Yes?
Can we vote in parts, please?
You may.
All right, so in voting for, we're voting against B, G and L from the substantive. Thank you. That's just as our amendment.
I think to save time, we could just vote for it, to be honest. We were going to give you some parts, but... Okay, well, no, well, I've been put right by the whip. We're going to vote the same way again, so abstaining on L, M, N, O and R, but otherwise voting for. That's abstaining those clauses from the Green Amendment as we did before.
Try. Yes, thank you. There is a factual inaccuracy in the motion as it will go through if B is not removed. Sorry, if G is not removed, because it is not technically the largest heritage festival in the country. I don't want the council to be responsible for saying that when it's not true.
In which case...
Should have 70.
70, got 68. It's not going to make any difference, is it? Right, 69 votes. Oh my gosh, it changed as I was announcing it. Any advance on 69? Okay, the substantive motion is passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, and now, as we have run out of time, we are going to do the rest of the agenda formally. So, item 8, notice of motion regarding the local plan in Beighton, Cllr Kurtiss Crossland.
I would like to point out, Lord Mayor, that despite personal accusations from Councillor Iqbal, I did stay quiet and I didn't even raise a point of order. So I do think it's extremely unfair that local councillors and local people have been gagged by Labour.
Thank you.
But I do formally move this motion.
You're formally withdrawing it?
No, moving.
Moving it, sorry. I just thought, oh, don't do that to me, please. Thank you. So formally moved.
We need the alteration building in.
Okay, sorry. Kurtiss, we need your alterations.
Lord Mayor, if I might, I think there are alterations which is in paragraph E, which is to delete the words from members of the public, councillors, MPs and election candidates, but all the rest of paragraph E will remain. And then in paragraph F, change the words, believes that the site in question is not suitable for use as industrial employment and traveller pictures for the following reasons, and change that to notes there has been significant concerns raised about the suitability of the site for use as industrial employment and traveller pictures for the following reasons.
Thank you. I assume that we're all happy to accept those amendments. Sorry, alterations, apologies. Okay, in which case, can I call on Councillor Gail Smith to second the motion formally?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Very, very disgusted that there's been a lot of time wasted today. This was a very important issue to be discussed. So I formally second it, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. There are two proposed amendments, which are numbers 3 and 4 on the list. May I call on Councillor Karen McGowan to move Amendment 3 formally?
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan. And may I call on Councillor Tony Downing to formally second?
Formally second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I call on Councillor Alexi Diamond to move Amendment 4 formally?
Formally, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alexi. And can I call... Oh, I'm really sorry. Do you want to have somebody else second it, Henry, so that this isn't your maiden speech? Can he? Okay, I didn't want... That's fine. Would you like to formally second the amendment?
Formally, thank you, Lord Mayor, as long as everyone remembers to clap next time.
That is just the best formal moving I've ever heard. Right, in which case can we now move to the vote? Vote on amendment number 3, moved by Councillor Karen McGowan, conducted using electronic voting. What's his name? Sorry, Councillor Hurst.
Jumping the gun, Lord Mayor, you're okay.
Hang on, Henry, can you switch yourself off? I know it was exciting. Diane. Oh, Joe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, we'd like to ask for a recorded vote. I don't know if that's actually material at this point, since we're using machines anyway.
I think it is recorded anyway, isn't it?
Yes,
Because it's
okay,
now
okay. Well,
electronic.
if just on a point of principle, we'd like to ask for a recorded vote anyway. And in voting... Oh, we're voting on amendment first. No. In voting against, we'll be voting for F and K.
Right. Got that?
So the only thing that might work right now is that because the votes were recorded on the original, this vote will actually be incorporated in the minutes rather than just published on the website.
Okay. Okay, because you've asked for a recorded vote, the outcome of this vote will be actually recorded in the minutes as opposed to just recorded separately, which they all are. Okay? So can we have people, anybody else sort of voting in parts? Quick. Yes. Good gracious.
So again, I think there's 70 in the room. Given it's a recorded vote, we want to try and get all 70 to vote.
Okay, because this is a recorded vote, 2 people have not voted. One person hasn't voted. Everybody has voted. Thank you. So that amendment is passed, 45 to 25 and no abstentions. Okay. So can we move on to the next amendment, which is the one which was moved by Councillor Alexi Diamond. Again, can I ask if there is unanimous support for this amendment?
Dissent.
Dissent. Okay.
Lord Mayor, could we vote in parts?
You may.
In voting against, we are voting for to B, E and F, and abstaining on to C and H.
Yeah?
Lord Mayor.
Where am I? Sorry.
In parts as well, please. In voting against, I'll be for B and E. Thank you.
Joe?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In voting against, will be for B, C and D.
Okay.
Yeah.
blue person.
This one. I've done this first time round. I've looked at it again. I don't want to look at it again because I think.
Let's not look at it again.
I'm fairly sure.
Have we lost 5 people in the last minute? Aha, more votes now. 67 people have voted. 1 person seems to have registered but not voted. Oh, 69. And now 1 more person to vote. Okay, I'm going to close voting. That amendment is lost by 11 to 58, but where is it, the bits in part? Right, so part 1 and G and H of part 2 are lost. In part 2, 2 to B to F have been carried. Yeah. Right. So can we now vote on the substantive motion, please? Sorry, Joe?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can we have a recorded vote again, please?
Yes.
And well, in voting for, we'll be voting the same way in all the text of the amendments as we just did.
Okay. Greens?
Lord Mayor. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Apologies. Could we vote in parts?
Sorry, Diane.
On the substantive, we're voting in parts, and in voting for, we are against A and C.
Thank you. Anything from you?
Yeah, Lord Mayor. In voting for, we're voting for, but we're voting against the paragraphs A to D and F to G, F and G from the substantive like we did in our amendment.
Thank you. Lewis? Okay, can you all vote, please? Three more people to vote, please. Oh. Two more people to vote, please. One more person to vote, please. Right. Okay. The substantive motion has been passed with 62 for, 5 against and 2 abstentions. But Paul is going to explain which bits may have been lost anyway.
So, Lord Mayor, I think it's carried, but A and C from the original motion is lost.
Okay.
That's what Labour are voting against.
Right, okay, but A and C from the original motion have been lost. Right, so item 9, notice of motion regarding marking the success of the committee system in Sheffield. I'm going to ask everybody to move and second formally. Angela Argentio to move the motion.
Formerly Lord Mayor.
Bernard's not here. Oh, right. And Christine to second.
Formerly Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And then the amendments, Councillor Sue Alston.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Joe Otten, who we haven't heard enough from today.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In formally seconding, can I congratulate Councillor Nottage on his excellent seconding formally of an amendment?
Took the words out of all of our mouths. Right. Okay, so
Lord
that
Mayor.
was Amendment 5. There is only one
Lord
amendment.
Mayor, on this notice of motion, there is a factual inaccuracy in this. One of our group has pointed out that Sheffield, on point B, Sheffield is the first city in the country to adopt the committee system. It's our understanding that Brighton actually adopted the committee system in 2012. So we would perhaps like to change the word in the one of.
They're not a city. They're not a city. Okay, let's have a big wrangle about that. Shall we put Brighton as the first, as the pioneer? Were they a city when they did it? When were they made a city? So they were, yeah? Okay. Thank you so much, Diane, for pointing this out. Right, we're now going to move to a vote on amendment number 5, moved by Councillor Sue Alston. Are there any parts that people want to take it in? No? Okay.
Yes, please, Lord Mayor. I'm sorry, people are talking behind me. I can't hear you. If we're voting on Amendment 5, could we please vote in parts? In voting for the motion, we are voting against 2 and 4I.
Does that make sense? Right, so can everybody vote, please?
So you've got another carriage park coming in here.
Okay. Right, I've got 69 votes here, 59 in favour and 10 against. And the result of this is that it was carried, but Part 2 and paragraph Roman numeral 1 in Part 4 has been lost. Oh, it's now 60-10. It's gone up to 70. Okay, so can we now move to the substantive, please? Can I have any indication? Does it have unanimous support, or is there dissent?
Lord Mayor, can we vote in parts, please?
You may.
So in voting for, we are voting against the Lib Dem amended parts other than section 4.
Makes sense? Is there anything from the Labour benches?
Not this time, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
And what about the Conservative benches? Right, okay. Can we have voting, please? Okay, I've got 67 voters. Should there be more? Are we at 67 now? 68. 68. Call it a draw. Okay, I'm going to conclude the voting. Oh, hang on. Who is this person that keeps coming in at the last minute? I bet it's Joe Otten, but don't tell him I said that. Okay, so we had 70 voters, 69 in favour, none against and 1 abstention. So it's carried. So can we move to agenda item number 10, notice of motion regarding levelling up, why we need to take back control from Whitehall to deliver economic growth for Sheffield. So can I call on Cllr Ben Miskell Cllr Minesh Parekh to formally move, please.
Formally move, Lord Mayor, but can I request an alteration? Point T should read low carbon economy, not low economy.
Yeah. And that was almost as well formally moved as you, Henry, but you still hold it at the moment. And can I call on Cllr Ben Miskell to second the motion, please?
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I call on Cllr Shafak Mohammed to second the amendment? No, I don't. I'm going to call on Tim. I'm so sorry, Tim.
Don't worry, we're always getting confused. Formally proposed, Lord Mayor.
Do you know, you're so right.
Formally seconded.
And can I call on your twin to second the motion, please? Thank you. And we also have an amendment from Councillor Ruth Mercereau, working towards it. I'm so sorry.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
Beautifully. And Councillor Turpin, can I see whether you can second this formally beautifully too? Oh. Almost. I'm sorry, but Henry was better, you know. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to move to the vote on amendment number 6, moved by Councillor Tim Huggan. Can I ask whether, yes, Councillor?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Labour Group are voting in parts on Amendment 6. In voting against, we're voting for through J, L, M, N, O, P, Q and R.
Can you just say you're voting for or against, was that?
We are voting against. We are voting
for loads
for
of
those
stuff.
elements.
Okay. Greens? Any advance on? Right.
Lord Mayor, please. In voting for, I'll be against K through to M.
Thank you. Right, can we all vote, please? Come on, number 1, your time is up. One person hasn't voted. Is it Councillor Peter Price? Well, okay, I'm just going to call it, yeah? Okay, the amendment is lost, 27 to 42, with one person failing to vote. And, right, that's interesting. It's lost from parts 1 and 2 and paragraph R of part 3, but in losing, it has carried paragraphs, oh my goodness, J and L to R of Part 3. Gosh. So can we now move to... Sorry, that was the amendment by Tim, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, so can we now move to the amendment that was proposed by Councillor Ruth Mercereau? Sorry it's taken me so long. Are there any takings in parts of this? Joe? Diane?
No, Lord Mayor, we're voting straight against it.
Okay. And you're not going to amend your own amendment? Okay. Oh, you're dissenting? Okay. Right, so when the little blue person comes up, can we all vote, please? Oh my goodness. This is very exciting now. Whoa. So, oh, hang on, is it changing? No. Okay, we have a result here. Amendment 7 has been carried by 36 votes to 34. So we now move to the substantive vote. Again, can I ask if there are any parts that people want to vote in?
Lord Mayor, if I may,
I know it's great fun, but carry on, Joe.
in voting for, we're going to be voting against the clauses in the original which we attempted to delete, that is G to N and R to V.
Yeah?
Lord Mayor.
Hang on a sec, Diane.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. In voting for, we will be voting against the parts W, X, Y, Z, AA, and this council resolves that were just voted through, that we voted against.
Okay. So, have you got that?
Lord,
Do you want to ask again, or does that make sense? Okay.
It's our motion.
Lord Mayor.
And Martin.
Sorry, Paul. In voting for,
Diane, can you
we're
switch off?
voting against the M and N, yeah, from the original motion.
Your vote against M.
And N. No M and N's.
Does that make sense?
The original.
Of the
Okay.
original.
Lord Mayor, in voting against, I'll be for J, P, Q and S through to U, and also voting as I did with the amendment too. Thank you.
Okay, everybody know what they're voting for? Again or against? Ooh. I don't think I know. Just close my eyes and dip.
So on this one, Lord Mayor,
I think we always have.
this last one has motions and amendments.
Oh, I vote. I'm in favour, but I'm not talking about it.
So, Lord Mayor,
Oh.
I can only hear Greens are voting against M&M. Everyone's voting for some bits against. They're voting against M&M, which is in part of their amendment. So, it's carried. But the only ones where there's commonality is M&M, so M&M is lost.
Right.
It's carried.
Okay. Oh, hang on, one more person hasn't voted. Barbara, have you voted? Okay, well, there's somebody who hasn't. Okay, it's passed 68-1, but M and N of the original motion are lost. Thank you all for your forbearance. That's always the most glamorous part of the day. We now still have some things to vote on here. Item number 11, appointments to chief officer posts, approval of salary packages. This item of business is to approve the salary packages for the posts of Chief Operating Officer and Strategic Director of Children's Services, which are above 100,000. Salaries above 100,000 are required to be approved by full council. A report of the Director of Human Resources and Customer Services on these matters has been published with the agenda for this meeting, and a supplementary report of the Chief Executive proposing payment of a market supplement for the post of Chief Operating Officer was circulated to all members a couple of days ago and has been published on the Council's website this morning. Copies of the supplementary report are available here. The motion is to A, note the information contained in the reports on the recruitment exercises for certain chief officer posts. B, approve the salary packages for the posts of Chief Operating Officer and Strategic Director of Children's Services in the range £118,693 to £130,461, and C, approve a market supplement payment of £8,539, lifting the total remuneration of the Chief Operating Officer to £139,000. The motion is to be moved by Councillor Shafak Mohammed.
Even though it's cross-party and everyone is involved, I'm happy to move it. We need both these posts, and they're really good candidates.
Can you do the I move it formally?
I formally move it.
Thank you. And I believe that Councillor Johnson is going to formally second it.
Yes, formally seconded. It's been through the whole process of the Senior Officer Employment Committee, and there was a proposed decision there. Very happy to second that.
Thank you. If we can just move to a vote on this. If we can have our blue person. Do we need to do something else? Show of hands?
No, still vote.
Yeah.
It's either unanimous or we use the vote.
Okay. Is there a unanimous support for this? No. Okay. In which case we'll move to a vote either for or against. Right.
We might.
Blue person is up. Oh, for goodness sake, what's wrong? All right, there are 2 people left to vote. Was that you, Councillor Turpin, failing to vote? Two more people to vote, 1 more person to vote. Okay. Right. That is passed by 36 votes to 32 votes. Oh, sorry, and no abstention. No, nobody against. Let's try this again. 36 for, nobody against, 32 abstentions and 1 non-voter. Okay, we are on item number 12, changes to the Constitution. This item of business is to approve the recommendations in the report of the Interim Director of Legal and Governance, published with the agenda for this meeting, seeking approval for several changes to be made to the Council's Constitution. The proposed changes are outlined in sections 3.1 to 3.7 of the report, and as set out in appendices B to J, and relate A, to proposed revisions to the terms of reference for the Health and Wellbeing Board to maintain the historic co-chairing arrangement between the Council and the local NHS, and B, several consequential changes to be made to the Council's petitions scheme and its operation at full Council meetings. C, proposed revisions to the Officer Employment Procedure Rules and the Officer's Code of Conduct to improve accessibility and clarity. And D, several further minor or consequential changes to be made to the Council's Constitution. Council is also asked to note details of a minor change that has been made to the Council's Constitution by the Interim Director of Legal and Governance during December 2022, relating to the arrangements for substitution at committee meetings. The motion to approve the recommendation in the report is to be moved by Councillor Diane Hurst.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
And it's to be seconded by Councillor Joe Otten. Joe Otten is formally seconding this motion.
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Right. Can I remind members that the vote is on the motion to approve the recommendation on the report? Can I ask that the vote be commenced now and request that members complete the 2 steps as a voting process? Oh, what have I missed out? Okay, can I have a consensus on this?
Agreed.
Hurrah. Okay. Carried. Item 13, minutes of previous council meeting. It's proposed that the minutes of the special and ordinary meetings of the council held on 14th of December 2022 be approved as true and accurate records, subject to the alteration of the result of the vote set out at paragraph 5.4.1 of the minutes of the ordinary meeting to incorporate a change of Councillor Peter Price's vote from for to against. That's somebody who's, it's a shame with these inexperienced councillors, don't know how they're voting, isn't it? Is that motion formally moved?
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that motion formally seconded?
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor. Yeah.
Well done. Okay, item 14, memberships of council bodies and representatives to serve on other bodies. And this is moved by Councillor Diane Hurst and seconded by Councillor Joe Otten, that approval be given to the changes in the memberships of committees and other council bodies and the appointment of representatives to serve on external bodies and related issues as detailed in the schedule circulated at the meeting. Councillor Hurst.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Otten.
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Right, can we agree? Hurrah. Thank you. Right, I know it's very, very late. Did anybody else want to pay a tribute to Councillor Anne Murphy? Sorry, Councillor Shafak.
I just want to make 2 points, so I do want to speak about Councillor Murphy.
What's the other one?
The other point is just to share sad news. I'm sure the rest of you may have seen it on Twitter, but there's been 2 further earthquakes in Turkey, 6.4, 5.8. The first was at 5 o'clock. And Lord Mayor, through you, I'm sure all of us are going to send our thoughts to the Speaker here and pray for the well-being of people on that, once again, that Turkish-Syrian border. I mean, I've been to an earthquake zone, spent 3 weeks there. I feel for what they're going through.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask, have we had a total for the collection that's been taken?
Not yet, Lord Mayor. We locked them away safely. We will count and get the figure to you before the next meeting.
Okay, so if you have dug deep, let's have another bit of deeper digging. Sorry, you wanted to say something about Councillor Anne Murphy, Shafak.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'm sure Councillor Fox will as well. It was really tragic that, you know, we heard the news just before Christmas that Councillor Anne Murphy passed away. Anne was a lively character. I don't think any of us will forget her last contribution at council. She said it as it was, and I remember going and speaking to Anne soon after she made that speech, and it's something that me and Gavin, her partner, kind of talked about, because he did say to me when she came back from that meeting, she was, you know, she was angry, Shafak, and I said, yeah, that's the Anne I've known. Like many of you will know, when Anne got elected, she actually beat me, but despite that, we've still been friends, because that's what politics are in Sheffield, because actually, what I learned through that campaign in 2014, that me and Anne had a lot of friends that were mutual friends of mine and Anne, that I didn't realise, particularly those of people that worked in the youth service, etc. So we will miss her, no doubt yourself and the leader at council, who were ward colleagues of hers, and I'm sure the other councillors from Crooks will talk about Anne, but you know, our thoughts are there for her. I did get an opportunity to go to the Crooks Social Club and speak to some of her friends, and to Gavin, and once again we've lost a real character in this chamber, and she will forever be dearly missed. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to say these words publicly, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Argentio and then Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I met Anne Murphy for the first time in 2016 when she was Deputy Lord Mayor. And then I met her quite a lot when she was Lord Mayor, because she chose SRSB, Sheffield Royal Society for the Blind, as one of her charity. And I used to work there, so I saw her regularly. She was incredibly supportive, always laughing and smiling. She gave a lot of time to a charity that she supported with all her heart. And in fact, she then became an ambassador for Sheffield Royal Society for the Blind. She was passionate, lively and vivacious. You could not agree with her, but you couldn't ignore her. As someone who's fairly new to frontline politics, for me, Anne represented a point, you know, someone to look up to, a woman in politics, a socialist, and someone who deeply cared for the people and for Sheffield. She will be missed by us all, you know, for her, you know, amazing personality in the chamber. But actually, when you spoke to Anne on a one-to-one or in small meetings, she was always very supportive and very friendly and always smiley, always positive. And I think we need more Annes in the world.
Correct, Angela. Gail.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Anne was an amazing character, and she helped me so much when I was Lord Mayor, because my term of Lord Mayor was a lot different to what most people had, and she was very, very supportive. And I have to repeat what's been said about Anne on all the trusts and the work that she did outside this place. She was there everywhere, working very, very hard. And her and Gavin, and my regards to Gavin, because I feel so sad for him. He's lost a wonderful partner. But I looked back at the last council meeting on Zoom, because I wasn't here in December, I was ill. And I was sat on the bed laughing and smiling at Anne, because she was so passionate. I thought she was going to jump out of a chair and hit somebody, to be honest. She was so passionate. And she was passionate about everything that she did. She was such a genuine, kind person, and we will all miss her.
Thank you, Gail. And the leader of the council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was very proud to be asked to say a few words at the celebration of Anne's life in the St Marie's, and to hear the stories of her friends and her family about what a kind of dynamo she was. We all knew that, though, as a comrade from ourselves. And when she first came in from Crooks and Cross Pool, there are not many of us who remember that day, but we certainly do remember the whirlwind that came in. And as Councillor Smith just said, I could just see Anne flying out of that chair, if you want, a few weeks previously, having a go about the freedom of the city, which just shows the passion that was withheld. Anne was a very true comrade in respect. She was very, obviously, big in the cooperative movement. She was very big, obviously, around the city. And just to see the cathedral as full as it was, I think was a tribute to Anne. But more so, her last words to me was to give us a rollicking, because we hadn't signed off the ward pot. But so no new there then, in that respect. But it was just a passion of Anne's around Anne. I think the last words was kind of from Rosemary Telfer, for those who know when Rosemary was councillor. How Rosemary always said that every time Anne asked her to attend a meeting, she ended up as either chair, secretary of some group that Anne was forming, and she'd been a friend of Anne's for over 30 years. She will be sorely missed within our group. She will be sorely missed across the city. And I think for us all, I think it's just to cherish the moments we've got. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Right. Tim.
No, I was going to say, Anne was always very kind to me when first elected. She's also, we had through my wife, who has run local scout hut, litter picks, get them involved, and Anne would always reward the scouts in kind from the local spa. She'd come out and get some sweets out for them, help along. We'd always have a chat. At last council meeting, I remember we were just having a chat in the corridor, and I just used to regularly, on a mutual basis, we'd meet in crosspool shops and have a chat as we bumped in, as we were coming in and out of the shops. And it was just always kind. She was always helpful. We were always talking about mutual local issues, and it was always good to speak to her when it wasn't about politics. It just was. And she was always a kind person and a force of nature. That's all I can say.
I think talking to her about anything was always interesting. Right. Oh, sorry, Ruth.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't going to extend the meeting to her anymore, but I do want to follow on from what Tim has just said, just to really say that the work that Anne did in her ward was extraordinary, and everywhere you go there's a legacy of Anne somewhere on every street. And when I walked through the ward with her when she was introducing me as the next prospective candidate, when she was moving to Manor, I mean, it took an hour to walk down, 10 yards, because she knew everybody and everybody loved her. And we progressed slowly along Crooks with hugs and, effusive welcomes. And she went in every shop. She knew every shop owner. So that, as well as the stuff she did citywide, she somehow managed to shoehorn in an extraordinary amount of work in the ward as well. And it's big shoes to fill, I can tell you that. We loved her.
Thank you. Okay. This concludes the business of today's meeting. Thank you all for your attendance, and have a good evening. Thank you.